Hello and welcome to another fantastic prologue episode all about Theros. Doxy, do you have anything to say to the good people at home?
Hi, guys.
I mean, I can guarantee half of that sentence is true. I'll definitely be a DM. That I can promise you. Amazing. I guess time will tell. So, yeah, these characters are characters that I guess, depending on how today shakes out, may or may not live to see Wednesday, where we have Theros Strands of Fate starting, which is going to be a brand new D&D show set in the world of Theros, which, if you are not aware, is kind of like a Greek mythology take on Dungeons and Dragons versus the more traditional European fantasy that we all know and love. Yeah, so these characters will be NPCs in that show, assuming they survive. Or, don't like enrage any of the gods to the point that they just get yeeted into another plane of existence or something. That kind of stuff happens in Theros a lot more than any of the gods are ready to admit. So, with all that said, yeah, I guess we should get started. Unless anyone has any other questions, comments, and or concerns. Fun facts.
I love you both.
Nice.
Aw, thank you.
That's very sweet. I will check back with you on that when today's session is over. Cool. All right. Well, in that case, let us begin. So, as we saw last Friday, Theros is indeed a realm of champions, monsters, and gods. It's a place where heroes thrash themselves free of fate's many strands and carve out their own destinies among the Nyx. People speak in courtyard theaters of great warriors such as Haktos the Unscarred, who felled the great Hydra, Plukrunos, single-handedly with a weapon from Helion, god of the sun himself. They often speak in hushed whispers around dimly lit tables of Phenax, the mortal who deceived even Erebos, god of death, in order to ascend to godhood himself. Countless plays have been written about the current emperor, Ephthemiadis, the gentle blade, and his exploits in the underworld, a grand tale of love, sacrifice, and of course, great heroics. Today, however, our tale begins on a beach in Citrium, a small town in the southern part of the city-state of Meletis. In the light of the afternoon sun, we see a small red-skinned octopus slowly working his way from the waves of the Siren Sea towards a building of simple but elegant construction. The small 8-limbed creature, wielding a glass bottle of fine craftsmanship in one of its tentacles, eventually reaches its destination and scuttles up the doorframe before lurching towards the doorknob and pushing the entrance open. Inside this building, we see the living quarters of Natassa. A fine spear and sturdy shield rest eagerly against the wall near the door. The room itself is adorned with all manner of middling comforts, and at the table in the opposite end of the room sits Natassa herself. Doxy, would you please describe your character
Yeah.
to the folks at home?
She's very tall, slim, has super dark shoulder-length hair, wears kind of like a leather bustier sort of deal that she can move around in real easy, and like a kerchief.
Cool. So you're
a little bit
sitting
darker
there...
skinned, not like a black person, but like a tan person.
Like me. Olive. That olive skin tone.
Yeah, for sure.
The classical Therosi complexion. So yeah, You're hanging out at your dining room table, effectively. I imagine eating a late afternoon meal, and the door to your home swings open, and the sound of waves and whatnot can be heard gently lapping against the sea, which is quite close to where you live. And through the door comes Otho, your octopus familiar, and he has a bottle in his hand.
Oh, hi, Otho. I take the bottle from him.
Cool. He waves with one of his tentacles and like reaches up and hands you the bottle. Yeah, and you have a finely crafted glass bottle, one of many that you've received over the years, and there is indeed a letter stuffed in it.
I unfurl the letter.
Cool. So yeah, you pop the bottle open, pull out the parchment, and there is indeed a letter written to you. The letter reads, "My dearest Natassa, I will be coming to shore the day after next. Watch for me in the dimming hours of the day. You know the spot. All of my love, Aslyn. P.S. If Otho delivers this message to you before sundown, as for the deal I made with him, you owe him a treat."
I give him a bit of fish off my plate.
Cool. Otho like takes it in the way that people take things, and they're like, "Yeah, I know. Like, I deserve this." And he just like scoops it in onto his octopus beak.
I kiss the letter, I roll it up, and I put it in my pocket.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else you want to do really quick while we're here? Or are you just going to kind of attend to your tasks that you have at hand?
Yeah, I'll just be doing, like, my daily stuff, but the letter, like, as she puts it away, she does a little happy shimmy.
Yeah. It's like the Bronze Age equivalent of, like, getting a text from someone that you really like.
Yeah.
Cool. So, from here, we will move over to... Give me a second here. Sorry. Yeah, so from here, we will move over to our other champion here. So, yes, Aslyn. As you are just kind of going about your business, you know, as a priestess of Thassa, the sea god, and kind of a champion of the Triton people, you have a pretty good life under the waves. For those of you who are not aware, Tritons are basically like fish people. They're like humanoid in shape, but they're covered in these like blue scaly skin. And yeah, why don't you go ahead and describe what your character looks like for everyone?
Sure. Tritons differ from merfolk or mermaids in that they don't have a tail, so I am bipedal. I have light teal scales covering my body, as well as fins on top of my head, and of course on my hands and my feet. I think currently she has a bunch of like ribbons tied amongst her fins on her head to kind of like emulate like human hair.
All right.
And she most definitely is probably wearing her armor, which is just like interlocking chain. And she has a kind of like a buckler type shield on her one arm and carries her trident in the other.
Cool. So yeah, you find yourself actually at your parents' house, and you are just kind of like finishing up an evening meal. So something I will describe here as well. Tritons live under the sea, but their homes underwater. There's certain things that it's just easier to do when not everything is wet, such as writing or like doing research or like forging something. So Triton villages and cities and stuff kind of have these arcane power sources at the center of them that essentially push all the water like back, so it creates almost like a dome sort of. So their actual cities are quite damp because they're literally at the bottom of the ocean, but you're not like just submerged all the time. So yeah, you would be sitting at the table with both of your parents present, who have kind of made a typical meal for a Triton family, which would be just mostly like it's all fish, varying degrees of fish, but it's pretty much all fish. And your mother pipes up and she says, "So you're heading up to the surface tomorrow for another visit. That's fun."
Yeah. You know, my job certainly keeps me busy. I'm doing that thing where I'm trying to eat quickly,
Get out of here.
dinner faster. I'm trying not to be obvious about it or rude.
Yeah. Roll a deception check. Sick. That's very good.
No,
I mean, that wasn't meant to be with
I have
advantage.
to turn off auto advantage because
Yeah,
roll
that's
20.
okay. The 18 is still very good.
Mhm.
So yeah, you're doing a pretty good job of that. Your mom just says, "Well, sweetie, you know that we support you no matter what." And at this point, your dad chimes in and says, "I don't know why you always got to be going up to the surface. What do they got up there that we don't have down here?"
Up where they walk, up where they run.
You know, who are we to question the will of the gods? If they want me to go up to the surface all the time, then they only want me to go up to the surface all the time.
Says, I know. It's just, those. We're on good terms with the humans and all that. I'm not saying anything. And then your mom was just like, "Honey, this is not appropriate dinner conversation." He's like, "Look, all I'm saying is how can you really trust someone who doesn't have gills?" And she's like, "Sweetie, stop." Like, the humans are okay.
I'm doing that thing that you do when you're with a racist family member at dinner. It's like, is this worth the argument right now? Do I engage? Do I ignore it?
Yeah. He's from a different time. But yeah, you.
Okay, boomer.
Pretty much. So you finish up this dinner with your parents and grab your stuff and head on out, and yeah, just kind of tend to things, whatever you would need to tend to down at your home before beginning the trek up to the surface, which is like half a day's journey from where you are. Not to the surface specifically, but to the surface and to the town of Citrium. But yeah, so you're traveling up towards the surface, doing a route that you have done probably hundreds of times, to be quite honest. And you start to feel like a shift in the current. And things, I mean, as a Triton and as someone who lives here, like, it's something that is very noticeable. And I mean, you swim against it well enough, but the pull becomes impossible to resist at a point, and you just start getting dragged in a specific direction. It's like unnatural too. This isn't necessarily just like an undertow. Like, this is like a very odd and specific phenomenon that's happening. And you can go ahead and make a religion check for me if you would be so kind. Cool. That's really good, yeah. With a 17, you've heard of things like this happening before, and you can probably surmise what's going on. Thassa, who is the god of the sea, she tends to summon people to her and not the other way around. She holds domain over most of the ocean, and when she wants to speak to someone, she pulls that person to her. And within minutes, your suspicions are indeed quite verified, as you are pulled into this sea cave that looks like the shell of some primordial sea-dwelling creature. The water is kind of all spinning around you in all sorts of directions as you go in, and you end up in the middle of this cave, no longer moving, the water spinning around you, and you start to see kind of faint glints of like red and dark blue as these kind of scales are almost reflected by some of the bioluminescent light and stuff in here. And you just hear a voice that you maybe have heard before as an oracle of Thassa, which is indeed the voice of Thassa, the god of the sea. And she says, thieves, multiplying, desecrating, pirates, they take, yet they offer nothing in their hubris. She says, Aslyn, I have brought you here for a reason. And then the kind of water slows in its rotating whirlwind-like motion, and out of that materializes Thassa, who appears as kind of like almost more like a traditional mermaid, like Triton from the waist up, sort of, but with these brilliant red scales, and like this huge crown of like coral, and she has like a fishtail, and she's just not necessarily immense in size, but she's like probably like 30 feet long as she's appearing to you right now. And she just kind of floats idly there in front of you. And she says,
I will bow deeply.
yeah, sure. You bow before her. And she says, are you familiar with Balunos? It's a small village settlement on the coast. You actually probably have heard of this place. Only just in like recent murmurings. It's a pretty whatever village that is pretty new. Like it's been founded within like the past like 3 years. It's like a small settlement that, who knows, maybe one day will grow into something larger, but it's a new settlement.
Yes, my goddess, I am familiar.
She says, good. This place is filled with thieves. She says they take, yet have nothing to give back. The sea is not theirs to command. It's not theirs to harvest. It's not theirs to claim, yet they claim and claim and claim nonetheless. She says, I have brought you here to tell you something of great import.
Yes.
I intend to wash them away and bring them into the sea, and they will pay the tithe of the waves with their bodies. However, I am not wholly unkind. There is one who pays the sea its own within this settlement. I would like you to find them, bring them to safety, and thank them for their piety. In 7 weeks' time, waves will crash, my creatures will devour, and there will be nothing left. See to it that this individual is spared.
Of course.
She says, very well. I have the utmost faith in you. And she kind of like smiles. A smile that is impossible to tell if it is filled with malice or compassion. Maybe a little bit of both. And then you just feel that same current drag you back out of there, and you are pulled away immediately back from whence you came. Literally the exact spot you were when you were pulled away. You find yourself there. Merely an hour or so away from the shoreline.
How far away is this island?
So this place, it depends on how you go. If you were to just swim, like beeline it there, it would probably only take you like, I don't know, a couple of days to get there.
Okay.
It's kind of like an island that is maybe once was connected to the mainland by a peninsula that has since kind of eroded. So it's not like way out in the middle of the ocean. Like it's like a quarter of a mile away from land. So the other option you would have as well would be to follow the coastline just like up on foot and then kind of get across. But which might take a little bit longer. But yeah, those are basically the two ways that you could go about getting there.
Okay. I will swim to shore.
Cool. So you you swim up to the shore, and you are greeted by a slew of familiar sights and sounds. You know, there are people bringing in their fishing vessels for the evening. It's just past sundown now at this point. People are bringing in their fishing vessels for the evening. Various sailors and stuff are kind of tying up their ships and contending with closing out the day's labor. And you go up to this spot, which is the same spot where you have always met Natassa in the past, which is kind of this like small pool that is connected to the ocean, like just through underground, so you can kind of come up out of there, and it's like a sort of like a small grove. And yeah, you dive under and come up, and sitting at the edge there on a rock is Natassa. Natassa, it's like hours past when Aslyn said she was supposed to be here. She got a little bit held up on the way by a god, which obviously is not something you would be aware of.
The second her head emerges from the water, I grab her by the cheeks and pull her in for a smooch. And I'm like, I was worried.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll just take her hands.
Like, where have you been?
I was given a quest.
A quest?
By my goddess.
By your goddess?
Yes. So she pulled me away to deliver that message to me. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Sounds fun. Can I come?
I was just going to ask you.
What's the mission?
And I'll fill her in all the details.
Yeah.
Weeks.
That's also
like
going
underwater.
That's also probably like the most valid excuse to ever be late for a date ever. Just like
I
I
was
was sort of,
kidnapped by my god.
yeah, God needed to have a conversation with me, and I wasn't really inclined to say no. I'm busy. Like you don't get to leave God on red. But yeah, and this is again something that Natassa, you'd probably be like somewhat used to, because Aslyn is an oracle of Thassa, and meaning that she has a skill set that is very sought after by many people, and that she has like almost a direct line to the gods and what she is able to do. So like there's
Would this be the first time she'd ever seen her and spoken to her?
This would have been the first time you'd ever been like summoned to her and seen her in person for sure.
Okay.
Like it's very common occurrence for you to have dreams or have messages delivered to you by like avatars that are just like other sea creatures kind of representing her, and like you would have heard her voice before. But this would have definitely been the first time that you had that she was like, come here for a sec, and you're just like in a chamber where she just was present. For sure.
Okay, let's eat and then return to my domicile, and I will pack.
Okay.
Cool. So yeah, you guys.
I spearfish.
Grab some fishies. Have a little beach cookout. And head back. I imagine that like Otha like helps you spearfishing too. Like he just like hangs out in the water and like herds the fish towards you with his octopus limbs.
Oh, he's so smart. I give him a treat.
he like loves you. It's like one of those
I
instances.
spoil him.
Yeah, it's like one of those instances of like your pet like liking your partner more than they like you, and you're like glad they get along, but you're also kind of jealous.
For
Like,
sure. I am very familiar with that, actually.
yeah.
My cats are obsessed with me, but one of them really loves Joe, like, a lot. And I was like, you're my fucking cat, asshole.
Yeah, that's definitely the dynamic at play here. But yeah, so that happens, and as you guys are kind of walking through, like the boardwalk essentially of Citrium, you, Aslyn, feel something that you feel at this place all the time, which is just like not a voice, but like a welcoming presence. That is something that you, I mean, assuming because you have this kind of connection to the god, specifically Thassa, because most oracles are an oracle of a god, but you know, you feel like a welcoming, almost holy presence within the city, yeah, which is something that has just kind of always been there for you. And for what it's worth, there's not like a big segregation of like Tritons and humans. So like you look around and you would see plenty of Tritons who just choose to live on land here.
They fraternize.
Yeah, totally. Like your dad's views are that of someone who grew up with someone like another generation removed who kind of raised him that way. And Tritons live to be sometimes over 200 years. So, you know, there's that like intergenerational memory, and like every one Triton generation is like 2 to 3 human generations, right? So
Also, humans are
maybe.
super fucking good at being racist too, so it's not like a shock, right?
yeah, there definitely was a time where humans and Tritons definitely did not get along. For Aslyn, that would have been like your parents' parents. For you, Natassa, that would have been like your parents' parents, 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 parents. Like people you for sure do not know the names of. So yeah, it's a bit of an interesting dynamic in that sense. But yeah, so people are just going about living their lives, getting ready to call it for the day. And yeah, with that, I mean, the sun's already down at this point. You guys eat a meal. You go back to Natassa's domicile and turn in for the night. So the night goes by, of course, without incident. You're in a major town. You wake up, but everyone's still there. Otho is like trying to get the lid off of a jar that has like some fish heads in it or something. And he does so successful.
Oh, he's so clever.
And you just wake up to Otho just like eating food in one of your cabinets.
You want to give him a treat for figuring it out?
He just looks over at you, just like makes eye contact with you, and like slowly puts a fish into his mouth.
Otho!
As if to say, just like, what? Like.
Okay, fine. It's breakfast time anyway.
You like
Give him scritches.
Yeah, you give the octopus scritches.
I like scritches.
Oh yeah, definitely. He like rubs into you with his bulbous head. He's a little slimy, but it's okay. But yeah. So you guys get packed and get ready to kind of go on this journey to the Belunos, this kind of fledgling settlement. Yeah, so you guys
had like a letter written to my parents. Just like ask like a Triton buddy who comes up and down a bunch, like, hey, by the way, can you just drop this off for me?
Yeah, sure.
Let them know I'm gonna be gone for a few weeks.
Yeah, definitely.
Shall we purchase a small boat, or shall we purchase passage on a large one?
So this is actually something that you would know, because Natassa, as a former sailor and someone who is now like a champion in training, effectively, of the Malaysian people, you actually you own a skiff, like a small like boat that can be operated by like a person. If you wanted to try to get passage on like a bigger boat, that might be possible, but also like a lot more costly. But you would just
I
own
get
a
free
ship.
passage on any boat.
That's true because you have the sailor background.
Mhm.
A big part of that is that like they'll let you. So like you at one point, backstory time, because you had served with the literal navy and stuff, and like you would have been on a ship for like part of your young adult life. Um, you would definitely be able to secure passage on a ship, but part of that being free is that
I
you're
would be
kind of
working.
beholden to their schedule.
Yeah.
Like they're not gonna. They'll be like, oh, if you're going here, whatever. Like you used to be in the service.
Keep
That's
going
great. We'll
sexy.
help you out. But they're not gonna change their plans based on that. And this is such a small backwater fledgling place that like you could find a boat to take you there, but it would probably take you
Like
quite
weeks
some
or
time.
months even.
Potentially, it would basically be
Sure.
when the next supply run would go there, which would
Sure.
be like a while.
Okay. So we'll take my skiff then.
That's definitely your fastest option. It's
Okay.
also a smaller ship, so I mean you would get there a lot sooner as well.
Would I be able to fit 3 of us on it?
3 of you?
Me and her and the person we need to save?
Oh yes, yeah, absolutely. Like it's not like a tiny little rowboat. Like it's think of it as like like a sailboat.
Okay.
Like it's that size.
Okay.
Like you could probably fit like 6 or 7 people like comfortably, but you only really need one person to operate it. Although it is much easier to operate with 2.
Cool deal. I'll put my forehead on Aslyn's and I'll say, "Are you ready for some lessons?"
You know, I haven't sailed much.
I will
Should be
teach you.
fun.
It's true. Usually, just you swim everywhere. Granted, ships are much faster.
Sweetheart.
So yeah, you guys go down and you just kind of like wave over to some of the sailors and stuff that are around, and they help you drag this thing like down the sand and get it in the water. Yeah, you have it in the water, and are you guys just hopping on and getting up on out of here, or what?
Yeah, I think so. A couple days journey. Do we have like enough food and stuff like that?
I just based on like your stuff your characters have on you, you definitely have rations for the days. It's literally just if there's anything specific you want to have with you that it would be like outside of the norm.
We could also go get a net to just fish on the go.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
would be willing to say, as someone who lives here, you would absolutely have a net.
Okay.
That wouldn't even be something you'd have to buy. It's probably just like pinned to your wall or something. You just go in and like grab it off a hook. So yeah, something I guess that's also worth noting about the place that you guys are currently in. Citrium is kind of an interesting city in that it's famed for its shipbuilding, and like all of the houses and stuff are built up on stilts to like accommodate for the tide. So like your house would be literally like over the water. So like in the morning when you come out like during the low tide, it's like kind of the whole beach, which is exactly the time you want to like bring your boat out to water. But like by the evening time, like last night when you guys would have gone to bed, it would have been like basically underneath your front deck pretty much.
Okay.
Just to paint a picture of where we're at here. But yeah, so you guys drag the skiff out. Otho like kind of hops on your shoulder and just like suction cups onto you. And you guys get to going. So what I need is a water vehicle check from you, Natassa.
Can I roll just to see how bad I am?
You can help her if you want to give her advantage, but if you would prefer to roll your own check, you absolutely can.
Would that be a dexterity?
It would just be a straight dexterity check, yeah.
Ah! I'm teaching you, and not only does my pet love you more than me, you're also better at my profession.
That's so funny.
That is hilarious.
I get nat 20s on the sillies.
I know. So you guys start sailing, and like, this is something you've done a million times before. So like, you're just like doing your thing, And Aslyn, who maybe you've tried to, much the way that she's taught you how to swim properly, like a true Triton, albeit without the biological advantages of fins and stuff that they have, you have probably taught her a lot about sailing on ships, because humans typically can't swim in the water, so that's how you guys get around. So, like, I feel like it's one of those things where you do all of the prep work and, like, get the basic rigging done and that kind of thing for this small skiff. And right as you're about to, like, really, like, open up the sails, Aslyn's like, oh, you forgot something? And just, like, unhook something that, like, would have been horrible if you hadn't forgot. Like, and you just feel that, like, like, you're right, but also, like, like... and you feel a smug sense of appreciation as you show off what you've learned. But yeah, between the two of you, like, those are insane checks, so you are well informed of anything that's happening on the ocean. So yeah, you guys travel for a couple of days, and traveling during the day is just a lot of sailing, kind of setting your bearing and just hanging out. Otho probably spends a lot of time, like, hanging off the side of the ship with a single tentacle up and just, like, being in the water and stuff. And then at night, you know, just pulling in the sails and sleeping under the stars, because it's not like there's really decks to this ship. Like, it's one thing, right? So, like, it's like literally a sailboat without a cabin.
It doesn't even have, like, a little roof on it.
There would be a part towards the back that has, like, a cloth roof over it.
Okay.
Which you could sleep under or spend time under if it was, like, raining or something.
Right.
But you're actually quite blessed with good weather as you're on this journey. Almost as if the seas themselves are pushing you in the direction that you want to be going. As this is all happening, it's on the third day, being your final day of travel, assuming you take the most direct route, that we have our first thing that happens. You guys are traveling and you see up ahead what looks like another ship. It would be kind of like a trireme, which are like those classic, like, Greek, like, long ships with the eyes painted on the front of them and stuff, albeit maybe a little bit smaller than that. I guess a bireme would be what that would be called. I don't think that's a thing that really exists, but for the sake of this, it does. It's basically just a smaller single sail ship with maybe 2 decks to it, so a bit bigger than the ship you're on. But like, this one would require a small crew to actually man. And it just kind of seems to be floating, like, almost dead in the water.
Should we check that out?
I mean, we have to check it out.
Yeah, if they're in trouble.
Yeah.
I toss a coin into the water.
Yeah. You flick your coin in the water, an offering to Theros, the god of passage.
And the god that I worship, the highliest. Is that a word? Highliest?
I'll allow it.
The most highly.
In this world it is, god. So you toss a coin to the ferryman by the ocean. And yeah. So you guys, I imagine, just take the sails and just kind of, like, coast over towards this ship.
Yeah.
Can I get perception checks from both of you guys?
Woo.
Yes.
That is insane. That is actually insanity.
I can't have advantage for throwing a coin in the water?
Theros doesn't help you see better. He makes your journey easier.
Okay.
Why did you open the turn order, Josiah?
Don't worry about it. I was just checking something.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so you guys coast over towards this small, weirdly sized ship that you haven't really seen one of that size before. That seems to be just kind of floating in the water to see what's going on. As you get closer, you don't see anyone on the ship, which is also kind of weird. And it's like, okay, is this just literally like a derelict ship that somehow drifted out to sea? Like, what the heck is going on here? And as this happens, once you get close enough to the ship that you're maybe a few feet apart, the ship suddenly lurches forward. And the front part of the ship, kind of where those eyes are painted on the front, a maw opens up. And the ship itself is actually some type of creature, and it just chomps down on the front of your skiff. And now we can roll initiative.
Rude. It's like a ship mimic.
It is absolutely a ship mimic.
Ship mimic?
I don't like it. Get off my boat. It's expensive.
It is a very expensive boat. I'll throw on some combat music here. Alright. Guess I should switch the view for the stream.
Excellent.
Oh no.
Oh no! No! Switching up the stream so they can see what's going on. All right. Where is my ship mimic? There it is.
You're rich, Valley.
Okay. Initiative for him. Okay, so as we see this massive, now apparently living creature chomp down on the front of your skiff, kind of sending splinters flying everywhere, Natassa is the first to act.
Okay. I'm gonna run to here.
Mm-hmm.
Is that close enough to hit it with my spear? I kind of
yes.
can't tell. Okay.
There's 1 5-foot square between you. Yeah, it's in those squares. It's like a round.
Okay, I just don't
That is
know
close.
like the diagonal rules with spears.
For sure.
All right, let's spear this motherfucker.
A 12 is a hit.
Oh.
You're trying to stab a ship.
I know, but like it's a ship mimic.
No, for sure. But I mean, like, it's just so big that it's like almost hard to miss, you know? Also, go ahead and make a DC 13 strength check for me.
A strength check
You got it.
or save?
Strength save, I'm sorry. Cool. As you stab into this thing, you feel that outside of it is coated with this like sticky film that like the end of it latches onto your spear somewhat as you pull away. But it doesn't really bother you now. You get the impression that that could become problematic as it is going to have things stuck to it that touches.
Be careful, it's sticky.
Oh, we didn't roll for Otho.
Do you need me to?
I can do it.
Okay.
I can roll him in, but you will have control over him.
Okay, I'm also gonna... What's his movement speed?
Otho's movement speed is 5 feet. His swim speed is 30 feet.
Okay.
I assumed he was on your shoulder this whole time, so we can kind of put him over there by you.
Okay.
But he's quite slow on land.
Can I throw him into the water? Or would that be an action?
I'd allow you to do that as like an item interaction.
Okay. Do you want me to roll anything to see how well I do?
I mean, if it was any more than the 5 feet you are away from the edge, yeah, but you're close enough that it's fine. I'm gonna roll him
Okay.
into initiative here.
Bloop.
Otho rolled an 18, which is great. So it's actually his turn next. So what would you have him do?
He's gonna come around this way, and he's gonna use the help action.
Sure. So I imagine he goes over on the other side of this ship mimic and like starts like tangling up some of the like rigging and stuff on its back to try to like make it harder for it to.
I like that Otho is so sassy.
Yeah, Otho's very sassy. He's a sassy puss. Next up, it is the ship mimic's turn. And he is going to move here and like kind of comes up like on the bow of the ship, like, and it is like the front of it is like up there. And he is going to try to bite you. Does a 20 hit you?
No, because I cast shield.
You're gonna cast shield?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So the jaws of this ship gonna come up, and you wave up your hand, and this barrier of magical energy comes up and it just chomps into it. But you are unharmed. Also, there's a pseudopod attack coming your way, Aslyn. It doesn't hit you.
When he bounces off the shield, I'm gonna be like, fuck you, by Thassa's wet asshole, fuck you.
Aslyn cringes.
Language.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Exactly.
Take kindly to being bitten by anyone other than you.
Okay. It is Aslyn's turn now.
Go. I'm gonna go here. And I'm actually going to cast Gust of Wind.
Okay.
So he has to spend extra movement to go forward, and every turn he has to start his turn with a stern saving throw or be pushed 15 feet away.
Okay. Cool. Does that end your turn?
My turn.
All right. So this, you just kind of raise up your arms, and this huge blast of wind just starts pushing against the ship. The ship mimic, rather. Natassa, it is your turn.
I am going to attack it with advantage.
Give it the big attack.
Damn, so close. I can't booming blade my spear, can I?
As long as they're within 5 feet of you, yes. Which he is right now.
Sweet.
Cool. So that 6 damage doesn't happen yet, but if he moves before the start of your next turn, it will take that 6 thunder damage. But your spear thrust does indeed hit true. And it's weird because you stab into this thing. This is like a good hit this time. And it like breaks through this barrier of wood, which immediately reveals itself as a facade, and you strike like flesh beneath the wooden exterior of what is very clearly, and much more clearly by the second, becoming less and less of an object and more of a ravenous sea creature.
I'm gonna shoo it in primordial.
Shoot.
Get out of here.
It's Otho's turn. What do you can do?
Otho is gonna come over here and take the help action.
Yeah, so he just keeps doing what he's doing. Okay. It's Ship Mimic's turn. So he needs to make a strength save or be pushed 15 feet away, correct?
Correct.
What's your saving DC that he has to make? Well, he doesn't make it.
Does that mean he takes the 6 booming blade damage?
Yes.
Hell yeah!
So he gets pushed back here. And then he takes that 6 thunder damage. Okay, so you, your gust of wind, he cannot latch on anymore, and he's just like kind of lashed onto the ship with his teeth and like these pseudopods that are starting to come out of it now, these long like prehensile tentacles and stuff, and just one by one they kind of snap loose, and he like gets forced back. And his turn. So if he wants to move closer to you, it expends extra movement, right? Direction following the line. Any creature in the line must. Yeah, so it's like difficult terrain for him.
Yeah.
Okay. What he's going to do is go. How much can you move? he's gonna move here. And what happens is on the back of this ship, because it's kind of like angled down almost, as it's almost like going to like dive into the water somewhat to try to like get some avoid some of the wind. You see the back door on the front deck of this ship actually open, and out of it spills. 1 second here.
Murlocs.
Not quite. Out of it
Treasure?
spills these 4 humanoid-shaped, like, slime monsters that are all connected to the ship by like a thin pseudopod line almost. As the crew of this ship emerges. Now I have to roll them into initiative.
I'm gonna look to Aslyn and be like, these guys are gross.
They are pseudo pirates.
Really gross.
I have to let Kika out super fast.
Yeah, do it. Take your kitty
I'm
out.
coming, bud.
All right.
Oh, you're so
Alright.
handsome.
Oh, I just zoomed in on the mini. They're like weird jellyfish people.
Yeah,
Things.
they're quite upsetting to look at. So we're gonna go boom, 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 boom. Yeah, because of where they rolled in, they don't really act right away, but they just kind of come out of this ship and like one by one, like jump over onto this skiff.
Did they make strength saving throws starting their turn in the line?
They didn't technically take a turn yet, but you know what? I'll still roll a strength saving throw to see if any of them get pushed back as they kind of come out of the ship. 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry, what was the DC they have to make?
13. And it's only a 10-foot radius, so it probably doesn't get all of them. Probably just like
It would get okay, so we'll say the first 2 then. Okay, so this one passes. This one, however, is still back on the ship because he just like opens it. He's like the last one out, and the wind is just like pinning it against the wall of the ship. Aslyn, it is your turn.
Right. I'm gonna blast them. Gonna do chromatic orb. The one closest to me.
Yeah, that is a hit.
We'll say thunder damage.
Roll that damage. That is exactly a kill. So
Hell
you
yeah.
just kind of put out your hand and send forth this chromatic orb of thunder and just like blows up this gelatinous pseudopod creature. And you see the kind of thin tentacle that was attached to it to the ship just like pulls back into the ship. And he's like a slimy body, just kind of foams up and sloughs off the side of the skiff. Would you like to do anything else?
That's all I got.
Okay, Natassa, it is your turn.
All right, I am going to green flame blade, the one in the middle.
Yeah, so you're gonna hit it with your spear and then cause the flame to hit the ship.
Yeah,
Cool. You can certainly do that.
never
So roll
mind.
You gotta roll the attack first.
Oh, sorry. I thought
That's
that it
okay.
automatically did it. I should. Oh, I did have nothing.
It automatically does it if you hit the creature.
Okay.
So yeah, your 22 is a hit there, so roll your damage. Cool. So the first creature, the pseudo-pirate in front of you, takes that 8 damage, and then the ship takes the 2 damage. The 2 fire damage.
Sorry, I got confused.
No, that's okay. Yeah, Eldritch Knights. Can't live with them. Anyways, yeah, would you like to do anything else?
Mm-mm.
Okay, it is Otho's turn. What would you have him do?
Help
Against which enemy?
the ship.
Okay.
Oh, I wasn't supposed to have advantage there because I was attacking the dude.
That's true.
I didn't even think about that.
That's okay.
Alright.
We'll just leave it as it is.
Okay,
But,
I will remember for the future.
Yeah, that's okay. So Otho is using the help action.
He's gonna help Aslyn now though, instead of me.
Well, it doesn't choose who he helps. It's just the next person who attacks
Okay,
that target
perfect.
just has advantage.
Perfect,
So
perfect.
if Aslyn attacks before you, which her turn is before you, then yeah. Okay. This pirate who you just stabbed needs to make a strength saving throw, which he fucking fails, and gets pushed back here at the start of his turn. The other one that's on the ship needs to make another strength saving throw, which he passes. So he can go 15 feet. So he can actually only get here.
This one wouldn't be in the range because there's no way I could get that line.
No,
Oh,
I was rolling for the one who was on the ship. And the one who was right here.
I thought you were talking about our ship,
I'm sorry.
not
No.
the demon ship.
The monstrosity
The shiplet.
of a ship. The shiplet. And then he's gonna dash to go up here and end his turn. This guy can go 5, 10, 30. Okay, so you can get there. Natassa, you've got an attack coming at you from a Slimatar. I'm assuming a 13 misses you.
It sure does.
Cool. The other one who's over here is gonna maneuver over this way a little bit. And it's gonna spit some acid at you,
Don't do that.
which is going to hit.
For how much?
I don't know. I'm just saying it's gonna. I'm not. You don't have any other information. I'm just waiting. Are you gonna cast shield?
I can't. I can only do that once per short rest, I thought.
You uses one spell per short rest. You have 2 spell slots.
I will cast shield.
Okay. That turns it into a miss. This thing just turns to you, and it's like bisection like opens up, and just like a bunch of acid like spews out of it onto you, and you instinctively put up your arcane shield, which just like holds it in the air, and it just kind of fizzles and burns before dropping to the deck of the ship. You moved. You're dead. Okay, great. It's the ship's turn. Make a strength save. You're traditionally good at this. Please. Please. Fucking.
But please
really,
don't,
dude?
though.
He fails again and is pushed for. I mean, I guess it makes sense. He has sails. Like, they're literally working against him at this point. He is going to go. 30. Can he do anything from here? No. He's gonna go 15, 30, 25, 30. Okay, he's just gonna dash and just kind of goes around this cone of wind. It is your turn.
Okay. Our sails are up right now, right?
Not currently, because you dropped them to coast over to the ship.
I am going to use Infestor's Magic immediately before I cast my spell. I get to move 10 feet without provoking attack of opportunity.
Okay, yeah.
Like, jump over here.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to cast Chromatic Orb as a 2nd level spell, but I'm also going to choose... Oh, can I do this? Or is it an action? No, I just get to do it. Cool.
You just get to do it, yeah.
I'm just going to deal max damage with that.
Okay, what is max damage with that?
It is 48.
So 8, 16, 24, 32.
32.
Cool. And that's an attack roll, so he doesn't get a fucking save or anything. So that's just straight up 32 lightning damage to his dome.
Yeah.
Cool. So, yeah, Aslyn, you look over and you see her just do something kind of scary, which is shoot just what is an unseemly amount of lightning directly at this thing, just peels away like tons of the wood and stuff, revealing much more of this fleshy creature that is residing within. And like where the eyes are kind of painted on the ship, you now see these two like bulbous eyes that are actually there that are belonging to the creature itself. And he just causes a devastating amount of lightning damage. Okay. Natassa, it is your turn.
I am going to attack this one first.
Mm-hmm.
I was not supposed to have advantage.
We'll just go with the first dice in that case, and
Okay.
that was a hit. Also, something I just realized, do you want to roll that chromatic orb attack again just in case you hit a 20? Because you technically had the help action from Otho on that creature.
Oh, okay, cool. Let me do it.
Just in case. Okay. Gotta keep it all above board. 11 piercing damage. And which one are you targeting? The one diagonal from you or the one below you?
The one below me. The one that's closest to my girlfriend.
Gotcha. Well, that's a kill on that guy. So you just kind of thrust your spear out and hit something important, and it just...
Alright, and can Otho climb up to help on this guy?
Yeah, he technically only needs to really be here to do that.
Okay.
And he's in the water, so... Yeah, he just kind of, like, jets himself over with his tentacles and just, like, reaches up and grabs the legs of this thing and starts pulling the leg.
Good boy, Otho!
Okay, it's the pirate's turn. That one's dead. That one's dead. This one's going to come at you with the Slimatar. These guys can't hit fucking shit. All right, the other one is going to acid spit you, or try to anyway. Cool. It's the Mimic's turn. He's gonna go here. As he kind of lurches up onto the skiff again from this side. Aslyn, you've got a pseudopod coming your way, and that's a miss to no one's surprise.
Oh.
Then it's gonna go up here. It's gonna try to bite you. I don't know why you're owing for like the monster that's trying to
Because
kill
you sounded so sad.
I kind of felt bad from for a second.
Well, don't feel too bad for me because he bites you.
Oh no.
Just barely. He meets that AC. And are you
I'm
gonna...
gonna use my reaction to deal him 2d8 lightning damage.
Okay, yeah, do that damage. That's a straight up 12 damage. Very cool. So this thing's jaws start to kind of close on you, and you just like put up your hands, and you're like, well, if I'm gonna get bitten, I'm at least gonna electrocute the shit out of this dude. And you do, and cause some significant chunk of damage. But the jaws still come down on you, dealing 5 piercing damage and 5 acid damage.
Okay.
And it's your turn. Also, you're grappled, I'm sorry. You are grappled in its jaws.
Interesting. What does grapple do again?
You just can't... Your move speed is 0. That is all it does.
So I could still tempestuous magic away. Would that end the grapple?
Let me read the text on that really quick. Sorry for you can use
Yeah.
your bonus action trying to cause rolling gust fun. Immediately before or after you spell. It allows you to fly up to 10 feet away without provoking opportunity attacks. Yeah, I would say that ends the grapple. That's kind of ambiguously worded, but
It's pretty. I don't even know if that comes out of my movement speed, to be honest with you, for the turn.
I don't think it does. But you're also right; it's not very clear on that either. But yeah, we'll say that ends the grapple if you want to do that.
Well, I will do that.
Okay.
And I will cast another chromatic orb as a second level slot.
That's a hit.
This gets an extra d8. Just haven't actually done my due diligence with roll 20. And
Casual 20 damage. So you again throw out another chromatic orb. This one less flashy than the last, but still a devastating amount of lightning damage as you continue to just peel away at this thing, which causes you to literally just scoot on out of there.
Alright. That's my turn. I almost wonder if I should jump in the water.
I was just thinking that, but I didn't want to.
I'll jump in the water.
Okay. Y'all are in the water. Tassa, it's your turn.
Since she's in the water, would she be affected if I cast Thunderclap?
No.
Sweet. And do I still get advantage on this guy because of Otho?
On attack rolls against him, yes.
Um,
If you want to do Thunderclap, Thunderclap is not an attack roll. They just have to make a save.
okay.
And then you roll damage.
I'll do Thunderclap because everything is with me here. So
That makes
everything can take 3 damage.
You gotta make con checks. It's DC 12. Sure. Yeah, one of them, just, I'm gonna tell you right now, and we know what, it's gonna be this guy. No one passes. This guy up here rolled 2 nat 1s. He didn't even have advantage, it just auto rolls with advantage, and I just take the first number, but both of them were nat 1s anyways. That kills this guy. You do your thunderclap, so you just like stomp your foot, channel this magic, and there's just like a boom. And the guy who was up there by Otho is just like obliterated, and Otho's just like holding his ankles, which is all that's left of him. This one over here is still alive, but it does take that thunder damage, as does the big ship arena itself. What would you like Otho to do on just his turn?
That. And help.
And help? Sure. Alright, the last pseudo pirate is going to acid spit at you. And misses. This
She's
is
gonna
the
say,
total,
fucking stop it!
this is the total inverse of what happened last time, where the monsters were just dummying you.
Yeah.
So I feel like I had this coming. The ship mimic now just moves and it is on top of the ship, and as it comes up, you see it has these like legs that are these gross, like fleshy, scaly legs underneath it. There's like 6 or 7 of them that all have like hands on the end of them as it just kind of crawls up onto the ship.
Okay. Does it have fingers for teeth?
Fun fact, the mimics in Dark Souls have fingers for teeth. It's gonna try to pseudopod you.
Is that a true fact?
Uh-huh.
That's horrifying.
It actually is a true fact. What's your armor class?
Mine
Yeah.
is 18.
Cool. That's a miss. But he's gonna try to bite you. And that's a hit. And you don't have any spell slots left. So that's gonna be 6 piercing and 6 acid damage
Okay.
as he chomps you. And also you are grappled.
Okay.
It's Aslyn's turn.
All right. And I'm gonna shoot it.
Shoot him.
Oh, I rolled it twice by mistake. Take the first one.
No, because you have advantage.
You do have
Oh, there we
advantage
go.
because Otho's using help.
Completely
so great.
intentional then.
You hit him with the 18. It's just a casual 29 damage. I
29.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no, it is 29, right? 18 plus
11.
the 11. The 18 was the attack roll. I was like,
I mean, I'll take the 29.
I was like, this seems insane. Yeah, okay. So again, another chromatic orb blasts into this thing, 3 for 3 on those, and blows apart. It's mostly just a fleshy creature now. He's not looking awesome. It's Natassa's turn.
All right. Is it a strength save, a strength check, or an athletics?
Grapple is athletics.
Okay. I'm gonna try to break free.
Sure. I want to break free. Yeah, it's a success.
Dope.
You managed to free yourself.
And then I'm gonna back away, taking the attack of opportunity from this guy.
He misses.
Okay, that's my turn.
Great. Everyone's having a good time. All right, Otho. What's Otho gonna do? What's he gonna
Wham.
get up to? He's gonna use the help action.
He's helping.
Pseudo-pirate. He's gonna acid spit at you. It's the ships. He is going to boop, boop. Just fucking climbing over the ship, like tossing it kind of a little bit in the waves, and is gonna try to hit Aslyn over here. Can't make it happen. Can he hit it with the bite though? Oh, that's gonna be a hit. No declared actions. I know you guys are both reactionary fuckers. Just check in. Cool.
I don't have shield on this character.
That's shocking to me because I don't
No,
think I've
right?
ever
I
seen you
always-
play a character without shield, and it doesn't matter whether they're a fighter or a druid, or you always find a way to have shield. I just kind of
It's so
assumed you
good.
would. Great spell. All right, well then that's a hit. And the damage, which is gonna happen.
Unfortunate.
Are you being serious? Yeah, that's 4 piercing and 1 acid damage.
Him up.
Yeah, I know. It's your turn.
All right.
Great.
Oh, I thought you meant me.
Oh no.
Oh, it is Ashlyn's turn.
Healing word. 1.
Yep.
And gosh, what do I want to do? I think I'm gonna move up here and cast Ray of Frost
Okay.
on
Nice.
the cantrip.
Roll damage.
Fucking nice.
Jesus, dude. What is that, 13? Yeah, this thing is looking rough.
And he has to subtract, I think, 10.
That's right, loses 10 feet of movement.
It is reduced by 10 feet, yep.
Okay. Yeah, so again, you just, this time instead of light it, you loose a bolt of frigid energy, and just for part of it like freezes to the deck of the ship. Natassa, it's your turn.
All right, I'm gonna spear this man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You sure are. That's exactly how much health you had left.
Hell yeah.
The last of the pseudo pirates goes down.
And then I'm gonna use my bonus action to second wind.
Yeah. Heal yourself.
And then
Right.
I'm gonna action surge to throw my harpoon spear thingy
At the
at
ship.
the ship. Yeah.
Make an attack roll. That's most certainly a hit. And that is a juicy chunk of damage. Your spear just fucking lodges into the side of this thing.
Right in the eyeball.
Yeah, he's right in his right hand eye. Just and like a bunch of fucking pus leaks out of it onto your ship. It's fucking gross. What's
Pus
Otho
smells
up?
terrible too.
Nice fun fact for the audience. Otho, what are you up to?
Oh, he's gonna swim underneath of this board here,
Mhm.
and then climb up onto the ship and help.
Okay. Can he even get to you is my question.
We should just assume no.
He absolutely can. But,
What the heck?
just barely. That reached though. All right. Pseudopod coming at you like Cleopatra.
Should
That's a
have used my
hit.
10 free feet of movement to jump back more. I didn't.
You would have been out of range. That is 9 bludgeoning damage.
9. I am unconscious.
All right.
Shit. Okay.
You're also grappled for what it's worth. You ever see this thing latches out like a pseudopod comes out and it hits Aslyn and she's like stuck to it and it's like starting to drag her back towards it. Make a save for me if you would be so kind.
I don't want to.
That's okay. It's a success. Natassa, what would you like to do?
Recall my spear and throw it again.
Yeah, so using your bonus action, spear comes back into your hand with your Eldritch Knight ability. And make an attack roll. You have advantage because Otho's helping you.
Are you kidding?
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, that's a miss.
Okay. I'm gonna jump into the water.
Okay.
And go there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I can do with my whole turn.
Okay.
At least I don't have to worry about drowning.
That's very true.
So Otho?
Yes, sorry, Otho gets to go.
That's okay. He's gonna hop back under, right?
Yep.
And then swim up to help against the ship.
Cool. He comes up and with all his little tentacles is like pulling on the ship as much as he can to try to stop it from doing what it's doing. The ship is gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, and just starts dragging her away.
Oh
Jeez.
no!
Trying to get the fuck out of here. Because this is no longer worth it, and he got what he came for. Aslyn, make me a death save, if you would be so kind. Suspense is killing me.
Sorry, I didn't know you were talking to me. I thought you were talking to Doxy.
Oh no, sorry, yeah. That's another success.
Heck yeah.
Natassa, it is your turn. Your girlfriend is being dragged away by a sentient ship monster.
She yells, "Hey, that's my girlfriend, you asshole!" And summons her spear back and throws it again.
Yeah. Make an attack roll. You have advantage because Otho is helping you. That is a critical hit.
I'm
Go
also
ahead.
gonna cast Booming Blade.
You cannot because it's too far away. It's a short range spell.
Okay. Obviously. Motherfucker.
How much is that altogether?
10.
Well, 10 is exactly the number you wanted to hit. As you chuck your spear and just like lodge it directly into the back of this creature, the back being the deck, and a bunch of blood spews forth, and it just kind of lurches. And then you see it floating in the water, but this time it doesn't seem like a ruse to you. It seems as though this creature is actually indeed quite deceased.
Okay, I recall my spear and immediately swim over to her and get her back on the ship. I don't know if Otho can help me do that, but he would if he can.
Yeah, sure. You can make a medicine check to try to stabilize her.
Yeah.
You have advantage with Otho helping you. That's a success.
He's been taking night classes, working on getting his nursing degree.
Right? So, yeah, with that, Aslyn, you wake up on the deck of the skiff, this foul creature drifting away and muddying the waters with its blood.
I'll kiss ya.
Yeah, and Natassa's doing the classic, like, compressions, trying to get the blood out of your lungs, I guess.
And be like, I thought you were a goner. That dick tried to steal you and like drag you to under the canopy thing.
For thematic purposes, we'll say you're conscious with like half a hit point.
And I'll be like, you need rest now.
I'll give you a kiss. Thank you.
And I leave you to sleep, and I stand guard.
I will just pop a couple of these.
Just a couple of those, real quick.
A couple of these.
And Otha will keep
remaining
watch
spell
over you too.
Yeah, Otha will just like be on stern guard duty.
I think that he like curls up on you.
Aw.
Yeah.
Mhm. You just have like, I guess it's not a warm presence, but like a gelatinous presence, which to you is probably quite comforting.
Yeah.
You've had like a house octopi before, or octopuses. Yeah, like in Triton cities, they don't have crazy cat ladies; they have like crazy octopus ladies.
Octopiece.
You just have
That's the plural.
have like hordes of octopuses.
Gotta get your octopuses fixed.
Yeah.
How many eggs they have?
Yeah. There's like the equivalent of Bob Barker in this universe. It's just like
Don't forget to spay and neuter your
spay and neuter your octopuses. Perfect. And yeah, so you rest for the rest of the day. Natassa taking on the burden of guiding the ship, and you eventually make it just on the cusp of where it is you're going. You both gain the benefit of a long rest after a day of travel. I'm not going to be mean enough to ambush you in the night, don't worry.
Thank you.
But yeah, you guys get your long rest after being winded from that battle with whatever the hell that was. And you're just a few hours away from making port in the settlement of Balanos. So, this is probably a great place for us to take our first little breaky poo.
Okie doke.
And we will be back in, I don't know, like 5 minutes-ish? Let's call it 5 minutes, gang. All right, we'll be back in a little bit with the continuation of this story.
Don't go nowhere.
Till then.
That was fun. I was not expecting a giant ship mimic.
Yeah.
Was that the thing you were telling me earlier is stupid?
Yeah, I was like, oh, I just made the dumbest encounter ever.
I really loved it.
But
I liked it.
am happy with it.
I thought we were gonna get like ambushed by pirates or something.
I mean, you sort of did.
Very cool.
Just really, really gross ones.
Real gross ones.
Like angler bait ones.
Yeah, exactly. For sure. That, for what it's worth, was basically just the stat block of a regular mimic, but just with the health of a huge creature. And those pseudopods were basically just the bandit stat blocks modified to be that.
That was cool.
I just renamed their scimitar to Slimatar and rechanged their crossbow attacks to like an acid spit attack, but it's all the same like damage and stuff, so I didn't really have to balance it too much.
Oh shit, we have hot mics.
Yeah, I mean,
What?
They can hear us. My bad, everybody. Sorry.
Yes.
BRB.
I went to get water and I came back with a Red Bull.
Welcome back to A Tale of Two Kitties. That's a Garfield movie.
Is it really?
I swear to God, that's real. Yeah.
That's
Is
funny.
there another kitty in the Garfield universe?
Normal.
Normal.
Yeah.
And then there's also the pink cat that he's in love with, whose name eludes me currently.
Garfield at Miss Garfield. Sorry. Okay. Well, let's get right back into it then. So, you guys are on this ship. You're approaching the village of Belunos. It's morning by this point, so you know you can see pretty clearly everything that's happening. This is a small but still definite established town, right? Like down by the water, it's not quite as extravagant as where you guys are from, but there are houses that are built. There's like a small town square that has a monument in it, which is actually a statue to the goddess Ephara, who is the goddess of cities and civilization, and that kind of thing, and law. And the only other real defining feature of this place is kind of off to the northern tip of this island. There is a lighthouse, which is just kind of this massive pillar of stone, which has a spot at the top where a large fire is housed, which is currently not lit. Natassa, you would immediately know this is just because, like, unlike current lighthouses today, someone has to man that thing, and your fire requires wood. So, like, they don't use it unless it's, like, there's danger or it's, like, nighttime. But it's definitely, you would notice as well, like, that's the rockier part of the island. So that's absolutely where you'd want your lighthouse to be. And it isn't just, like, a straight-up obelisk. Like, there are... Like, it's an obelisk that has a layer. Clearly, there would be stairs and stuff. And, like, the bottom floor, someone would live there and that kind of thing. There would be a full-time lighthouse keeper. But yeah, so you've got your lighthouse, you've got your kind of town square with the statue of Ephara, and then lots of like small, not poorly constructed buildings, but just like simple buildings. Like this is a pretty simple village. And you know, down by the docks, obviously there's lots of fishing happening and stuff. And as you guys kind of pull in, I imagine you start to tie yourselves up to the docks. Like,
I don't have to make a check or anything for that?
Not for this. No.
Okay.
This is something that's like run-of-the-mill enough. You've done this 100 times.
Second nature.
Exactly. You drop your sails, and especially with Aslyn assisting you, it's very easy. You drop your sails, kind of coast in, and maneuver your rudders and stuff to just kind of get right up against the wooden docks. And as you're doing so, a young boy, probably like 14, 15, like runs over and is like, "Oh, I can help you with that." And he like just kind of grabs one of the ropes from the other end of the ship and starts like tying it around one of the crap, I can't remember what they're called now. There's a specific word for them. But basically one of the things you tie the ropes around on a dock to make your ship not go boop and float away.
Yeah, I forget what that's called too. It has a fun name.
Yeah, if someone in chat wants to tell us the fun name of the thing that makes your ship not go whoop whoop, you get a gold star. You get 10 experience points. But yeah, it's like some kid runs up and just like starts helping you tie up the ship. Like he seems to know what he's doing. Like this, you've seen, like it's pretty commonplace for kids that age to be around ships and like helping with non-important things like this. You were in that boat yourself, quite literally, once upon a time. Yeah, and as you guys are getting your stuff and getting ready to go up onto the docks, you see another ship come in, a full-on trireme, coming in with like 20 or so sailors coming off of it. This ship, can I get a history check from both of you, actually?
Oh, fuck's sake. I rolled an 8.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. This is actually something that Aslyn would notice immediately, and then you'd be like, when she points it out, like, oh yeah, of course. This ship that's being docked right now is a trireme. Again, one of those like classically styled Therosi ships with the eyes and stuff painted on the front of it. It looks like an Acroan ship. For those not aware, out of game, Akros is a very warlike people who kind of value, like they have that's where the de facto Coliseum is, and every year they have like the Aroan Games, which are like a contest of skill and that kind of thing. Like military service is mandatory there. Very war-centric culture. But it looks like decommissioned. Like this definitely was at one point an Acroan like warship, but all of the things that make it a warship have basically been stripped away, and it looks quite old, and it is now being essentially retrofitted and used as like a fishing vessel. And you see all of these sailors kind of just pulling on like a big haul of wriggling fish that are caught in a net and stuff. And you hear one of the guys are like, "All right, lads, like put some back into it, put some muscle into it. Come on, if you want to eat tonight, we got to get these fish up here." And they're all just kind of barking orders at each other and taking pot shots at each other and carrying on while they're dragging these fish and stuff in. Yeah, what do you guys want to do?
I will approach the workers because everyone likes to be bothered while they're working.
Sure.
I'll just back her up.
Cool. As you go away, the kid who helped you tie up your boat is just kind of like, "No tip, huh? That's cool." And just like goes back into town, back over to like some other kids that are fucking around. But yeah, something you would notice that would be quite interesting to you as well as you approach is this fishing vessel. It's not just humans. There are a few Tritons among them, actually. Yeah.
As soon as I walk up towards them, I will just kind of wave and introduce myself and just say hello.
Yeah.
I am here on behalf of my goddess, and I was wondering if you had a time to talk about your work here on this island.
And they all kind of stop what they're doing and look at you, and there's like this moment of silence. You just hear like the water lapping against the shore and like the fish wriggling in the net on the dock, and they all just kind of look at you for a second, and then one guy in specific, he kind of steps forward and says, "All right, you guys get back to work. Hold on." And then this guy steps over to you, and he's like mid-40s, and he's just wearing like pretty simple clothing, and he comes over and extends a hand to you, and says,
I'll take it.
Perfect. He grabs your hand, shakes your hand, and as he does so, he just says, "Now, which goddess would that be?"
Thassa? How do I pronounce it? Did I do that right?
Thassa? Yeah. The goddess of the sea. Cool. You say that, yeah.
want to
Eh.
see if you guys are paying tribute for this bounty that you're receiving. You know, maybe toss a couple fish back, or pour some salt in the water. That's a good one.
Yeah, you say that, and he says, "I'm sorry. What did you say your name was?"
Oh, Aslyn.
Aslyn. Nice. It's a pleasure to meet you, Aslyn. Priestess, I presume, of Thassa. I am Spirio, captain of the good ship Defunct. And I'm sorry, what's all this about tribute? We honor the gods here.
How much are you honoring them?
He says, well, we pay homage to Afara every day. In fact, our architects here, every building that they build, it is a testament to her. Well, it might not be much to look at, but they're really trying. The White House is the pride and joy of the architects here. That's definitely, like, their whole thing. They're very proud of it.
You take so much from the sea. Don't you think you should be giving a little bit more back?
He says, look, we have a complicated relationship with the sea goddess Thassa.
Really? What is that?
We always did pay tribute to her as what is mandated, and as everyone does. Every good fisherman knows that. He says, but lately, I don't know what's been going on. It just says as if it's not enough.
Have you considered offering tribute?
And tribute and, how much you give should be... It's different for every person. It's perfectly acceptable for, say, a peasant or somebody who's less well off to toss some fish back in the ocean, but people who are doing well should give more. Pearls. Gold.
He gestures to, like, this very simple town and says, do we look like the type of people who have pearls and gold to be thrown into the ocean?
No.
Says, we have always made offerings of fish and salt and fine seashells when they wash up from time to time. But ever since that seemed to not be enough, if we were to give any more than what we were already given, we'd be starving to death. So instead, we look to Afara and Heliod and some of the more, no offense, kinder gods for protection and that sort of thing.
Do you know the dangers that come with having a complicated relationship with a god?
He says, as someone who has sailed the seas for many, many years, I have seen all manner of things when it comes to the gods, especially those associated with the sea. So yes, I have a bit of an idea. And you see at this point, behind all this happening, one of the sailors, there's like a seagull, like pecking at him or something while he's trying to do something. He's like slapping it, like hitting it away, and he says, "Leave the bird be, boy. You know it's bad luck to kill a seabird."
I just want you guys to do better.
He says, well, if more fish find themselves in our nets, we will be able to give back more than what we already have.
Listen, it's okay to be hungry for a couple of days. It's okay. You'll make it. You have to... Unless you want a tsunami. Unless you want the wrath of a god. You need to give more back.
You can make an intimidation check.
This isn't gonna go well.
Oh no. That's funny. So yeah, you say that to him and he just kind of like waves his hand. He's like, says, look, I'm a God-fearing man, all of them. Some more than others, maybe, the scarier ones especially, but all of them. We cannot afford to be given more back. If Thassa deems it her will to take us from this place by force or by way of destruction or tsunami or whatever it be, then so be it. But if we give more than what we already do, we're as good as dead anyways. And he says the whole reason that, you know, we came to this place under the guise of Valentine was to make a better place that we could be free of all the wars and other things that happen between some of these city-states and their rights and their challenges and their champions. No offense. You know, we pay homage to Afara above all else, and for the most part, that's been good enough. We give Thassa what we can, but if that is not enough, then I don't know what we shall do.
So there's nobody in charge here.
Says yes, Valentine is in charge. Or
Where might we find
all that gets him.
Valentine?
Says, oh, I'm sure he's around. He just literally turns around and looks, and like in the town square, which is not too far away, he's like, there he is. And he points over at this guy who wears proper Acroan like armor, and their armor is very akin to like what, to draw a real world an analogy, would be like akin to like almost what a Spartan would wear, like long red cape and like a bronze breastplate and stuff. He doesn't have any weapons or anything on him right now. But still seems to be he's just like talking to people and stuff in the square near the statue of Afara.
I look to Aslyn and I say, well, perhaps we can convince him to hold a festival.
Oh, I love that idea. Yes, let's go talk. We might have more luck speaking with more people of faith here. They may understand. I'll take the gentleman's hand that I'm talking to, and just give it like a nice shake and say thank you, and palm a gold coin to it, and just
Sure.
say for a gift.
Perfect. He looks and gives you a big smile and says, "Thank you, miss." And then just
That's to pay homage to the god. Really for you. Just so we're clear.
yeah, he says, "Right,
Seemed awfully too excited about that.
of course it is. Of course it is. Yes, of course it is." And he throws it in the water. It says, "Theros, grant us passage."
That's the wrong one.
Not the one that's mad at you, Chief.
So
Okay.
yeah, you guys are gonna venture into town a little bit.
Mhm.
Cool. So you go into town, and you see what you'd expect from a small village like this. Like, it's a pretty simple village, and like the sea captain was not lying. They truly do not have much, but seem very content with what they do have. Like, there are kids running around that are like happy to be kids and like playing with like wooden swords and stuff as kids in a world like this where everyone idolizes champions and the gods who choose them or ought to do. And you walk into the center square, and there you see the man that he pointed to earlier, and he's not engaged with anyone at this point in time. He's just kind of like looking up at the statue of Afara and seems to have like a hand placed on it. Not so deliberately, like just as if he's kind of just taking a moment.
Hello, do you have a moment to talk about our god?
They're worse than the Jehovah's Witness. Like, you just show up at this dude's town. Have you considered other god? And yeah, as you kind of get in further into town, you feel that same sense of like welcoming that you feel back at home. And you see Valentine there. He turns around quite calmly and sees you guys approaching. He says, "I suppose that depends on which god we're talking about."
Thassa?
So he just laughs when you say that, and he says, "The Triton visitor wants to speak about Thassa." Color me shocked. He says, "What would you like to speak about?"
Well, we just want to get a sense of how much homage you're paying, just making sure everyone's safe here.
He
Proper
says,
tribute is given. This is an island village and all.
he says, we thought we were giving enough tribute, and the seas still remained rough, and the omens were red, and it was determined that was not the case. So then what we started doing, what I've been doing, is having everyone seen fed for the week, and we take the remnants of whatever is left, and that is granted to Thassa. When that did not seem to be enough, we stopped salting our food, and we, instead of battering that, we gave all of that to Thassa as well. So all we were left with was a bunch of raw fish cooked over a fire with no salt or anything else to palatines, and not a morsel left to spare. And that didn't seem to be enough. So when that was not enough, we simply said, and he like looks around when we're saying this, he says, we simply said, perhaps we will turn to other deities for protection.
I have a pro tip for you. When an oracle of Thassa tells you that Thassa is not pleased, you need to try harder with Thassa.
He just looks around and says, what would you have us do?
Well, maybe we could talk in private, if you don't mind.
Says, certainly. And he just points to like a building that is within sight. He's like, this is my home. You are welcome to come speak privately. And he just like kind of walks over in that direction.
Thank you for your hospitality.
He says, Helia would not have it any other way. So I take it you guys are going to follow him?
Yeah.
Cool. As you guys are walking away, Aslyn, you hear in your mind a voice, which is not that of Thassa's, actually.
Oh.
This is a voice you do not recognize.
Mm-hmm.
You hear a voice say, help them. And you feel your gaze inexorably drawn towards the statue of Ephara in the center of the square.
Just a reminder, Ephara looks like this.
Yes. I should actually describe the statue in a little bit more detail. The statue of Ephara is a statue made of stone and marble. It's quite large, and she's typically depicted wearing like very, not exquisite, but not like shabby, either like fine, well looked after like common clothes, typically with a crown above her head. That's just kind of like one flat piece, and she's almost always depicted holding an urn over one shoulder like this, that is pouring out water. And in this particular case, the statue is made as like a fountain that has like water pouring out of the urn of Ephara into like a fountain underneath it. Yeah, that is kind of what we're looking at. But yeah.
I'll ask back. Oh, dog. I will ask back how, without really expecting a response.
Um, yeah. You say that, looking towards the statue. And you just see the water running out of the jar into the ground just stop. And there's like a lapse of like 5 seconds where like no water is poured, and you almost feel like you just like zone out for a second. Like it's unclear to you if anyone else is seeing this or if it's just you, and then it just kind of continues, and then it kind of brings you back into a regular state. But there's no like verbal response.
Okay. So after an awkward moment, I continue to follow.
Yeah.
What do I do?
Like, I feel like Natassa turns around, I was like, "Are you coming?" But you definitely would notice Aslyn just like having a moment by the statue for a second. For what it's worth to you, Doxy, you did not seem to see what I just described.
Okay.
It's away so still.
Okay.
So, you guys go over to Valentine's house. You come on in, and again, it's a pretty, at the risk of sounding too on the nose, Spartan domicile. There's little in the way of like creature comforts. It's very simple, like hay mattress, some wooden furniture, that kind of thing. And he invites you to sit, and he goes over to what would effectively be like a pantry, and he pulls out a bottle of wine, and just doesn't say anything, but like raises it, like asking like yay, nay, like.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Perfect. So he grabs a couple like clay cups, pours some wine to them, brings you both a cup of wine, and sets out like a bowl of olives, and as like, I don't know, like appetizers. That's all he has. He just a bunch of fucking olives, and then of course pours wine for himself.
I press the olives toward him and say, "We couldn't possibly."
He says, "No, I insist. I love these things. I would never deny someone else the pleasure of imbibing in the joy that is consuming olives."
I will be very candid with you. But I think you should be careful how you disseminate this news. Your people. Because obviously we don't want to have a panic. But Thassa is going to flood this island and destroy it. So we need to come up with a plan to help you guys do better. And Afar has asked me to help you.
Okay.
Natassa thinks you guys should throw a festival. I think that's a wonderful idea.
In her name, in specific. Throw gifts into the ocean and have games.
He kind of looks.
You can be more than just monetary. It could be time. You know, it could be just the simple act of appreciation.
Says that is true. We can certainly try it. I just wish I knew why this was the case. He says, you look at any of these other cities and polis and towns and villages that are all sea bound on islands like us or just on the coast, and they all offer what would be considered in some cases modest tribute, and yet they suffer no consequence.
I don't know. We can pray on it. Is there anyone in particular you think may be taking too much? She called you thieves. She was very upset.
I'm sorry, you spoke to her? Like directly?
It's what she do.
Says, okay.
It is what I do.
eats an olive and says, okay, allow me to consult with the pair of oracles we have here. Allow me to consult. How long did she say? Like, is this gonna happen tomorrow? Is this gonna happen like
5 weeks and 5 days from now.
okay. That could be enough time to possibly throw something together. Would you come back and visit me tomorrow?
Yes, of course.
Says, okay.
Oh, really quick. Do you know anybody by the name of, and what's that girl's name? Josiah, did I get her name?
Which girl's name?
The one we're supposed to save.
You didn't get any name. Thassa just told you.
That's a real jerk move.
Someone there. Yeah.
There is somebody on your island who is very pious.
You
Girl,
think that he says, that is most likely Thassan, which you speak. If you wish to speak with him, you will find him at the lighthouse. He's
Okay.
a bit of an odd fellow, but keeps us off the rocks, so...
did Thassa not specify it was a girl, or am I just making that up in my mind?
Thassa did not specify it was a girl. She just said there is someone there.
I'm just assuming.
Never assume an undesignated or named NPC's gender, Aaron.
I know, it's very rude of me.
Mhm.
Yes, we would like to speak with him, and perhaps you should too, because he is doing something right in Thassa's eyes.
Perhaps. I'll consult with those who know more on these matters than I do. Please come back tomorrow, and we will converse.
You are consulting with people who know more.
It says others who know more than I do about these things. And he just looks at you and says, "What's the deal here? Is she like your enforcer? Like, I feel like she wants to punch me in the face." And he says, "You want to punch me in the face right now, don't you?"
I look at Aslyn and then I look back at him and I say, no. I want you to not drown. I want your people to not drown.
He says, "Yeah, I want my people to not drown too. I also don't want them to die of hunger and thirst. But as I'm sure you are well aware, the gods can be fickle at times. Who knows what unseen sin we have committed to warrant Thassa's wrath."
Well, hopefully we can find out for you. I'll give Natassa's hand like a squeeze, like thank you for being supportive.
He nods and eats the last olive out of the bowl. And he says, "Well, you know where to find me."
What time of day is it?
It's still probably like morning. Like, you guys would have got here around like 8, 9 in the morning, so it's probably like 10:30, 11 by now.
Okay, well, let's see if we can find, Thassan?
Thassan, yeah.
Thassan.
As we exit the domicile,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say to Aslyn, I think I'd like to sleep on the boat tonight.
Okay.
Boats float.
You can sleep on the boat. You don't have anything to worry about. We'll keep you safe.
I can't breathe underwater.
Yeah, but we'll just keep you above water. It'll be okay.
It would be a comfort to me to just sleep on the boat.
We can sleep on the boat.
Okay.
Give us a little more spending money anyway.
It's true. Very pragmatic of you. So, with that conversation aside, what's the next move here, folks?
I guess we're headed to the lighthouse, right?
Yep.
Sure. You approach the lighthouse, and the lighthouse, as I mentioned, is definitely the most well-built and well-kept building in this entire city. And the front of the lighthouse is like carved the face of Afara, which is something that's pretty common in architecture, especially among humans, is because like they believe that she can see through anywhere where her face is carved, so they often carve her face in like places of import. So the front of the lighthouse especially would be somewhere they would have her face like very well carved. As you go up to the lighthouse, there's no real like door on this. It's just kind of like a stone opening. Yeah, and as you are you guys just gonna go in?
I think we would knock.
There's nothing to knock on really, unless you want to like knock on the wall or something.
Yeah, just the jam.
Sure. You knock on the stone. And you hear a voice from inside just say, I'm coming. And out trots this like a little old man who's wearing very simple like rags effectively. And he just kind of like hobbles up and looks up to you and goes, oh, I haven't seen you before.
Hi.
What can I do for you?
I'm an Oracle of Thassa, and I heard that you were a devout believer, so I was hoping maybe we could chat.
When you say that,
Hassan,
he
right?
like drops to his knees and like just starts weeping. He's like,
Oh, please don't cry.
I would reach down for
She's-
him,
she's
and
heard
I would
my
say,
prayers.
Thassan, we're here
When
in
you reach
your
down and pull him
service.
up, he is extremely light. Like this guy weighs like 80 pounds, and he's very thin. And you like pull him up with ease.
We're here to serve you and to serve Thassa.
And you look at him. You can make an insight check for me if you'd be so kind.
Absolutely.
You can both make an insight check for what it's worth. 7 is very hard to read what this lad is thinking about. 7 is very hard to read what this lad is thinking about. You just kind of see a lot of different emotions on his face. You get the impression almost maybe it's almost like he's like scared or something. And he just says, I know. I try. I give her as much as I can. He says, why? What's happened? Why are you here? Are you here to save us? He says, I know
Well-
something terrible is going to happen.
How do you know that?
He says, I can smell it on the winds. He says, I can taste it in the air. There's something horrible coming. I've been making as much of an offering to her as I can, but it never seems to be enough.
Thassa has heard your prayers. Tell me, do you know why she is demanding so much of this island? Has someone here wronged her in a more severe way?
He just shakes his head. He says, I don't know. It's something must have happened. Someone here must have done something. I don't know.
Well, we can look into it a little bit more. If you hear anything, let us know. She mentioned thievery. I thought maybe people were just taking too much from the land here, but the people here say they're just scraping by. Any pirates?
You can make another insight check. If you would be so kind. That's much better. He looks horrified. And he doesn't say anything, but you get the impression that he is absolutely like not telling you something.
Please, if you tell us, we can help. But we can't help what we don't know.
You can roll persuasion. You're pretty persuasive. Yeah. He just like tears up and says, and then he just kind of like walks into the lighthouse and then stops after a few steps and like turns around, like motions for you to follow him. And he goes into this house at the base of the lighthouse. It's again pretty simple, but there's just like a lot of instruments that would be used specifically for like the lighthouse, like flint and tinder, that kind of thing. Lots of stockpiled wood and like pitch that would be used to like keep the lighthouse burning for like a long period of time and that kind of thing. And he rustles through like an old chest basically and pulls out an object which is covered up in cloth, and he's just holding it there, and he looks to you and he says I cannot give this up. This is why she's so angry, but I cannot give this up. And he like kind of opens up the cloth and pulls it off of there. And this is something I wouldn't even make you roll for, because Natassa might not know what this is, but Aslyn would absolutely know what this is. There's an old legend about Thassa and a time where she was at war with the god Heliod, actually, about one manner or another. What they were actually fighting about is a great deal of debate. But during that time, her bident, which was forged for her by the god Theros, was destroyed and shattered. This is a piece of that. And since then, she has had a new bident forged by Theros. But a big thing, especially with like deific weapons and that kind of thing, is the older they are, typically the more powerful they are. So that's kind of in a sore spot for her, that she was never able to find all of the pieces of that to restore it. And this is like a shard, like it's like this long, which looks to be like part of the tip of one. And there are probably tons of these pieces that she hasn't found, but she knows that this one is here. She doesn't, and you would get the impression, she probably would have told you this, she doesn't know who has it, but she knows someone here has this.
For the record, chat, really fast, sorry. It was forged by the god of the forge.
Yes, Theros is the god of the forge, who is basically responsible for making all the weapons that the different deities wield. Yeah.
I'm confused. Why can't you return this, Thassa?
He says, I found this thing. I thought by my own good fortune, as a devout of Athreos, I always paid homage to him. I always followed the signs, and I found this in a hidden trove that was guarded by horrible creatures, but by his will I was able to extract it. And once I had it, I thought I had found something great. I thought that this was I could feel the power within it. I did not know what it was. At least I didn't, not at that point. But I was informed what it was through the will of Athreos. and I was told to keep it secret and not to allow anyone to find out about it, lest my soul and the souls of those who I love never find their way to their resting place within the underworld. And he just kind of starts like crying a little bit. He says, I don't know why. He says, but I cannot give this up.
If you don't, a lot of people are going to die.
He nods to that. He says, I know. He says, but what awaits those who die is much more permanent than what awaits those who still yet live.
What if it was out of your control?
He says, I
What
know.
if we simply take this from you?
He says, just by showing this to you, why already I've put myself in jeopardy. He says, you should leave now. And he like covers it back up and puts it in the box. And begins, he can't force you out. He's a very small, frail old man. But like trying to like shoo you out. He says,
I
just
grab the piece.
Yeah, you don't have to roll for that. You can just fucking snatch out of this dude's hand.
We have to take this.
As you grab it, he like reaches for it in vain, just starts going, no, 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 and starts like having what is akin to a panic attack. As he's confronted with the realization that this will effectively damn his soul to eternal torment. And those of his entire family.
I
There
look
has to be
to
another way.
Aslyn, and I say, do you think there's a way that you could speak to Aphrios?
That's something, not really. Typically,
They usually choose to talk to me. It's not necessarily a two-way street. Two-way road? Does that metaphor work in this one? Probably not.
it works close enough. It's not really like a two-way gymnasium.
But I can try. How blasphemous is it to like lie to somebody?
How blasphemous is it to lie to
Like if
somebody?
I were to like say, "Oh, I prayed on it and it's cool. Don't worry." Like how pissed.
Um,
I am not.
you know,
interpreting the word
it
correctly.
depends on the god a lot of the times. It depends on the lie. Like if you were to say that you consulted with the god Fenax, who's the god of trickery, and that he said no, he would probably be like, "That's hilarious, like nice, dude." If you said that about like Heliod, who is the god of like truth and justice, he would probably just straight up kill you. If you said that about like, there's a different reaction you could elicit from like most of the gods, depending on how they feel about that, and also depending on what the lie is and what ends it serves, right?
I will pray for your soul, and I will see what I can do. But everyone here is going to die if we don't do this.
I give him all of my money. I give him all of it. And
Like, how much money do you have? Like 100 gold or something?
way more than that. 121 gold. 2 diamond. 43 triangle, 20 square.
Those are silver and bronze and platinum.
Okay.
I
I
what are
would
you
keep my
talking about?
platinum.
You would keep those 2 platinum?
Yeah. But I
Cool.
would give him the 121 gold, the 43 silver, and the 20 bronze.
You just
And
like
I would say,
yeah.
drop these into the sea for Aphrios.
He just takes the money and is like sifting through it with his hands and just starts like maniacally like laughing, and he's just like, all hope is lost. There's nothing else I can do.
Every day, Drop one in.
He doesn't say anything else. He's just kind of like retching on the floor of the lighthouse.
I give Aslyn a guilty look. Like, I don't know. I don't know what's right.
Let's pray on this. Honestly, Thassa might want to reconsider her whole quest, knowing what we know.
Let's go to the boat.
Cool. You go to the boat. You are resting. I mean, it's like, I imagine you spend pretty much the rest of the day just kind of in town, that kind of thing. Maybe catch some fish, eat some rations, whatever. But you're resting on the boat. And you both slowly drift off as the sea rocks you like a pair of babs off to bed on this skiff. Otho is present, like the weird octopus with cat-like tendencies that he is. And you fall asleep.
Before I go to sleep, as part of my prayers, I will cast augury.
Yeah, that's
Hell
the
yeah.
If we take the trident from the man in the lighthouse.
Cool. So yeah, augury is an interesting spell in Theros because it sometimes works a little bit different than it does normally. You still will get the answer of wheel or woe, but it's not ever as simple as just chucking sticks or anything like that. So before you settle in for the night, you perform a ritual to, I'm assuming to Thassa is who you are auguring.
Yeah.
You perform a ritual to Thassa, and you don't get a response right away, but that's often quite common of her. Thassa, fun fact, one of her domains is that of change, but not like Keranos, the god of storms, where it's like rapid inspiration and intense change. Thassa's domain of change is much more gradual, like the erosion of stone by the waves. So it's not uncommon that you cast an augur and don't necessarily get a response for quite some time. But you perform your ritual confident that you've asked your question. You go to sleep. Natassa, you sleep through the night. That's great. Everything's wonderful. Aslyn.
Yeah.
During the night, you start to have a dream. It is a very vivid one in which Thassa has... It's almost like you're seeing into the past, seeing part of this war and seeing her trident shattered into a million pieces by the god Heliod in this epic confrontation between the two of them. And you see this one singular piece as it kind of floats to the bottom of the sea. And you see Thassan go and get it. You basically see what he described to you, like him finding it and this like joyous expression on his face as he like found this thing, and he just thinks it's like a piece of like magical gold or something. He doesn't know what it is, and he's very excited about it. And you don't hear anything, but as is very often the case with the silent god Athreos, no words are spoken. But you just see like a look of abject terror come over his face as he realizes what he has just found and what he has just done. And through all of that, as dreams are very kind of shifty, for lack of a better term, kind of moving from one thing to the next, you see Thassa holding her reclaimed spear completely intact, over this place, and just a massive tidal wave coming and just decimating it. The impression you get from this dream is that she considers everyone here to be in on it, for lack of a better term. Like, they harbored him and kept him safe. And Thassa is nothing if not vengeful. There's an old tale that you would know quite well of someone who wronged Thassa knowingly and had got away with it. And having got away with stealing something from her, decided to retire to live deep within the heartlands of Theros and nowhere near the ocean. And 40 some years after that, they drowned in a bowl of stew because Thassa is just water, which is everywhere. And this took her to that opportune moment. She still had her vengeance even after that person lived almost their entire lives away from the ocean. So you get the impression that her getting this back will make her happy with you. She'll be like, great, you did the thing, more even so than I had hoped, because she didn't know who had it here. It's somewhat of a cruel twist of fate that the person she ended up sending you to save was actually the person who had the thing that she was looking for. But yeah, just simply getting that back.
You want me to save this person?
That I guess is a different augury, but she seems indifferent regarding that.
Okay.
Also, while you're dreaming, as you see the town seconds from being washed away, you see these massive walls spring up around the town, shielding it from this wave. All of these walls, the face of Ifara carved into them. And you hear that same voice that you heard earlier in the courtyard saying, "Is this justice?" And then you wake up. It's a beautiful day. Natassa's hanging out. Otho's like doing some octopus shenanigans. I don't know. Real like Disney sidekick hours.
I'm praying to Aphrios to save these people. I know that that's not really how he works, but
that's also something that you would know through all of this, which is very bizarre, is Aphrios very seldom becomes involved in the politics of the other gods. So the fact that this guy is saying that Aphrios commanded him to do this is nuts.
Yeah.
Because if either it's not true or it is true, and Aphrios has like a crazy reason for wanting him to keep this secret.
I think it's more likely it's not Athreos, and it's just a shit stir.
I wonder if it was the god of tricks posing as Athreos.
I didn't mean to click that.
Okay, I was like reading it. I was like, oh, what's this?
I forgot I had that ability though, so that's cool.
Yeah.
Like
a kind of a portent, sort of.
Uh-huh. I completely agree, Natassa. I think it's a likely. Oh.
What if we go give it back to him and have him give it back? Have him drop it into the sea.
I don't even know if that would save the people here, but I suppose we have to try. Do what we can.
Let's speak to Valentine first.
Okay.
What was his name? Was it Valentine?
You were spot on.
Okay.
Maybe he can do it at the festival?
So you're gonna go to his house and talk to him?
Yeah.
Cool. You go up to Valentine's house. He's outside, like tending to some plants. He turns around as you walk up and says, "I was expecting you. You guys certainly don't waste any time. Early in the morning, that's okay. What can I do for you?"
You said to come back.
Well, we don't have a lot of time.
That is true.
We found out why Thassa has been so upset with you.
Okay, that's good.
Someone here was harboring a piece of her old
Biden.
fear.
Crosses his arms and just says, "I think such a thing would be here, of all places. Who?"
I don't think that's important.
I mean, it's not extremely important. I'm just curious more than anything, but so long as you got it back and then that will fix things, then great.
Well, not quite. Thassa is still under the impression that you were harboring this criminal. And
Says, had I
Still
known such a
intends.
thing was here, I would have found it and thrown it into the sea post haste.
I know that, you know that.
Gods are harder to convince. So let's talk about festivals.
Let's throw a party.
So what you're telling me is that you found the thing that Thassa was so eager to have returned, yet despite its return, she still wishes our destruction.
The wantonness of gods.
What's to say that whatever pathetic excuse for a festival we could put on would be enough to appease her?
Dances, poems, music.
I honestly don't have a good answer for you.
The most pious of you throwing the shard back into the ocean.
You see, he gets this like distant look in his eyes if he's like remembering something from a long time ago. And he says, "Some of the gods are fickle indeed. As there are others where you know exactly where you stand. If Thassa wishes our destruction, the most we can do is pray to those gods and hope for deliverance."
A festival won't hurt.
Afara still wants to save you, but you need to do more,
He says,
or Thassa won't stop.
"Afara wishes to save us. I thought you were an oracle of Thassa. How would you know this?"
It's just like an open connection. Other people, other beings, other gods
A group chat.
pass along messages as well.
All the gods slide into her DMs.
He says, This is truly fascinating. Many oracles are only able to commune with one. Did you say you have heard the voice of Afara as well?" Okay. He says, "I don't know what... You know, you can roll a religion check for me." Seven. Very cool. I mean, that's not amazing, but also you're literally an oracle of Thassa, so I'll go with a little lenience here. But basically, based on what you know about Thassa, it seems that she's kind of already decided what she's gonna do.
Yeah.
And like, festival or no, she is going to erase the place that she sees as a place that has wronged her, as uncompassionate as that may be. And you see on the face of Valentine that he knows that. He's not an oracle of Thassa, but he's aware of the stories of Thassa. And like, the stories always say, like, do not cross Thassa, because there's no undoing that. There's another story that you'd be aware of Thassa and another sailor who refused to pay tribute to her in defiance. So as recompense, she turned his entire family into eels, and he brought them into the sea so that they could survive, and then paid tribute to her like every day until the day that he died. And she never did anything about it. She just was like, cool, this is just like the thing you should have been doing before, so fucking live with it, basically. She is truly uncompassionate when it comes to matters like this. And it seems, based on everything you know, like, you personally are in no danger. The choice that need be made is whether or not you want to try to help these people, or whether you want to just dip and wash your hands of it.
Okay. So, options are evacuation or fortification?
He nods.
And how mad is Thassa gonna be if I help these people? Can I insight my god? Really quick?
You can roll a religion check with advantage.
I'm not doing anything she can tell me to do.
That's true. You know, she can be fickle sometimes, but you're not really doing anything in direct defiance of what she told you to or not to do. A lot of this is going to hinge on whether or not you're successful. If you actually manage to thwart her in what she's trying to do, she's likely to be more impressed than anything. Because oracles to the gods, which is something that they don't like to admit, have immense value. So she would be remiss to just straight up kill you for something like that. She might be miffed, but depending on whether or not, like, how you treat her and your religion after the fact, she might be willing to just swallow that. If you fail in doing so, then it's like, well, you weren't worthy of an oracle anyways if you couldn't handle whatever I was going to do, so no loss there. So your best case scenario is basically like a neutral reaction, bordering on a potential positive one. She might gain some respect for you.
So, fortification or evacuation? If I had to make the choice, I would say evacuation. And that way...
But they have the favor of Afara.
They do.
I think fortifications would hold.
But do we have time to build them?
You guys have what, like 5 weeks?
Yeah, we've only been here for a few days.
You've been here
right?
for a day. So I'm sorry, you have like closer to
3 days.
6.5 weeks.
Like 6.5 weeks.
Yeah.
If every man, woman, and child works, I think we could do it.
He nods. Says, okay. And he goes into his house, and you hear some rummaging coming from inside of Valentine's house. And he comes back out wearing a full, proper Acroan military uniform with like the cape and the helmet with like the fucking like feather thing on
Mohawk.
top and everything. And not only that, you would recognize this as the uniform of a royal guard from Akros. And he says, I will start training the able-bodied. And he just
We could
looks
go
at
to another
you,
town
Aslyn,
and recruit
says,
help.
He says, if you are able to do so, and any will come, then see them come. And he looks to you, Aslyn, and says, you, clearly Afara has chosen to reach out to you, see what she would have us do.
Actually, you know what I will do? Is I'm gonna show them the dam from my dreams, and Afara's face is on it. Right, the walls.
Yeah,
I can make this into shapes, right, and add colors and stuff to it.
absolutely, absolutely.
Kind of almost like minor illusion. Change the water's color, occupancy.
Imagine like Otho's like helping you by like putting spurts of ink in where necessary. Like
Talented, such a good boy.
he is a good boy.
I give him a fish head.
So yeah, you
I'll say that this is what was shown to me in my dream.
yeah, you show them this. And he's like, I do not know if we can construct walls that great, but we do have several architects with us who could certainly, in that amount of time, get something of a dam constructed.
If we could bring workers here, do you have a ship large enough to carry them?
Says yes. It has been a long time since the Sun Sphere made a proper voyage, but it could certainly do so.
I have expert experience in piloting ships.
He says, then I will need you to assist Spirio in getting as many willing to assist us as possible.
Give us your most charming motherfucker.
Cool. He says, just he thinks on that for a second and says, on the way out, there is a public resting area that is run by a lady named Thassa. Take her with you. No one could say no to her.
I look worried over at Aslyn, and I'm like, no one?
He says, you'll understand when you meet her.
Okay.
When we leave this building, I will give just Natassa a kiss on the cheek. Nothing to be worried about.
I'll pull you in close and give you a proper kiss. And you're like, all right then, let's get to work.
All right. So first things first, when you go down, Aslyn, and I imagine, like, are you just trying to commune with Afara? Is that the plan here?
Yeah.
Cool. So I imagine you go to the courtyard and to the statue.
I'll do like another augury spell as well, like while I'm praying.
Absolutely.
And essentially just say like, is this gonna work? We made
You-
this decision.
Get a result of Wheel and Woe. You simply hear a voice in your mind say, build the walls, build them high. I will do the rest.
Tessa's gonna be so mad at me. I'm cheating.
Hanging out at your friend's house, you know your mom isn't cool with you hanging out because they think they're a bad influence. They call you and like, hey, where are you right now? And you're like, oh, I'm just at the school with some friends hanging out.
We're playing dodgeball.
Yeah, pass the
Foursquare.
weed. But yeah, that's what she says to you. As for Valentine, you would see him. he's going to spend the rest of his time like training what is effectively a bunch of like peasants to give them as best of training as they can, to strengthen them and just get them ready for whatever is about to happen. You would see him out there like he's in his element, like he's like barking orders and like playing the role of the drill sergeant to a T. And Acroans have this almost like mythic status amongst people in Theros as these like great warriors. So like he inspires these people to like, maybe there is actually something we can do, because he just straight up tells everyone what's going on. He's like, here's the score, Thassa is gonna murder all of us unless we do something about it. Let's do something about it. And since like the several architects that came here to start like drafting plans and stuff for how they can build this wall or whatever it is that they can do, you Natassa, you go down to this public area and look for this woman who you've been told to find, Tassia. And you go in, and in here you see what is clearly the most beautiful woman you have ever seen in your entire life.
No.
Like, and like, you tell yourself no, but a part of you is like, okay, like, who the hell is this person? Just very classically attractive. And yeah, you just see her there, like, helping someone with getting some food and stuff prepared.
Thassia, I presume.
She turns and looks at you with like a really confused look on her face, and she says, "Oh, Thassia? No, you are looking for her." And she points over at someone who is the cutest little old lady that you've ever seen in your life. And she is just like this tiny little pruned up old lady, who's like pulling some like naan bread out of like a fire oven. And she looks up and says, "Did someone say my name?" She says, "Oh, dearie, look at you." And she comes over and like pinches you on the cheek. And she's like, "Would you like some fresh bread?" Hold on. And she like goes and pulls off a piece of naan and hands it to you and says, "You never had this before." And you're like, "I've had naan bread before." Like, and she insists, like, "Not like this, you haven't." And she like hands it to you.
I eat it.
Yeah, it's the best naan bread you've ever had in your entire life.
This is the best naan bread I've ever had in my entire life.
She gives you like a saucy old lady wink. And she says, "What can I do for you?"
I come requesting your aid.
"I'm happy to help however I can, dearie. What can I do for you? You look perfectly capable of helping yourself. I don't know what a little old lady like me could do for someone like you."
It's your charm.
She like kind of does this thing. She's like, like pats her ass a little bit.
I need to take you to neighboring cities to recruit workers to help build a wall.
She says, "Oh my. I guess it's been a little while, but I could probably convince some big, strong, burly folks to come help us out."
Well, pack a bag. We leave this evening.
She says, "Okay." And she goes over and takes like a cloth and just puts in some like cross-stitching materials into it and like some baking supplies and just like other old lady grandma paraphernalia, and just kind of ties it up.
And then a bong.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And then just like a huge water bong that has like a Cheech and Chong Live 1998 sticker on the side of it. Yeah. So she just like starts packing her effects basically. And will then find you at the docks later that day. And she's just kind of standing there like as an old lady is ought to do, but she looks ready for adventure as much as you can at age like 97.
I stoop down to offer her a piggyback onto the ship.
She says, "Ooh, that's a little high up for me, but if it's okay with you, I'll just take your arm here." And she just like links onto your arm like this.
Yeah. I help her.
Yeah, and you help her up onto the ship. And yeah, the ship is like relatively empty. Like there's a skeleton crew manning it because the idea is you want to try to bring back as many people as possible. And of course, Spirio would be here. And he's just like ready. He's a sailor through and through. He's like, "Yo, let's go." Like, Valentine told me the score. I can take us where we need to go.
I can help.
Oh, I know you can. And then he just like throws a thick rope at you. He says, "Get to work." And he goes up and like starts manning the wheel. Although actually something I should mention about this, there is no wheel on the ship actually. It is a trireme. So it is manned by people on like the lower decks. There's like 3 tiers of decks and all these oars that kind of stick out from the side. So when I say he mans the wheel, really what he's doing is he's standing at the back and he's like barking orders down to the lower floors to like which side needs to row and at which pace and stuff to get the ship where they want it to go. And then once you kind of get out onto the open ocean, there's like that same 14-year-old kid who you saw earlier who's like helping you tie up the boat is there like hitting a drum to like time for the rowers basically, which is something that you definitely have done yourself around that age as a sailor.
I would take shifts wherever needed.
Oh yeah, they would definitely like get you rowing at certain points and get you just kind of helping out. Like the rigging and stuff once it's set is pretty set, but yeah, there's plenty of work to do on a trireme for sure. So yeah, you sail down the coast past Data Harbor to Altrisos, which is the closest settlement of any kind. Altrisos is a small but very walled and fortified city. Funnily enough, this city is actually somewhat famous for being one of the only known cities ever to survive a Kraken attack, which is largely credited to magic known by some of the archmagi that came from Meletis when they knew the Kraken was coming, and also soldiers of Akros who came to assist as well. So these people here are no strangers to the danger of the sea for sure. Yeah, so you guys just go in, you make port, and you find yourself in a bustling city. What's the plan here?
I would mention the Kraken stuff to Thassa and be like, maybe you can use that to your advantage.
Yeah.
She nods and is like, perhaps these people here know what it's like to feel a little scared. So maybe we can find someone here who will come help us build a wall.
Let's go speak to a leader.
Yeah. So you guys go on, and I mean, this is something that like for your average person might be a little bit more difficult, but you, as I mentioned previously, you are a champion in training at the Dakarsha College, so like this isn't something that's out of depth for you. To basically just go to what is effectively like the seat of power here. Like the Emperor does not live here, and there's no real like council like there would be in Meletis proper, but out here there would definitely be like a headman sort of deal, like someone who kind of is responsible for governing this city specifically.
Almost like an embassy.
It would be an embassy. like an embassy of Meletis that exists here, where there's someone who just is like responsible for exacting the Emperor's will, essentially. So you would go there, and just based on your appearance and like introducing yourself and stuff, like the guards would be like, oh, okay, I know who this person is, and they don't really say anything about Thassa with you because they're like, ah, she's a guest of this champion, like that's fine. So you were informed that the person who is in charge of running this place is a woman named Eugenia, and that she's very busy right now, but if you don't mind waiting a little bit, she will be with you shortly.
Thank you.
You end up waiting for like about 45 minutes or so, and a woman who looks about 15 years older than she probably actually is and looks very frazzled and very busy comes out of her office, dressed in, again, like finery and that kind of like toga sort of thing you would see like a senator wearing. And she looks around and says, okay, someone who was it that needed to see me here? Who am I looking for?
I nudged Thassa forward.
Thassa kind of like shuffles forward and says, that would be me. And Eugenia looks down and says, well, who are you? And she says, oh, my name is Thassa. I'm coming here. I won't waste any of your time. I'm coming here from you know, it's only been a few years. What's the name of that place again? And she just kind of like has a moment, and you see Eugenia being like, oh my god, like what is happening right now? She's like, yes, I'm coming here from Valunos. That's the name we agreed on. I think there are better options, but that's just me. But I'm coming here from Valunos with a request for aid. Eugenia says, like, Eugenia just looks immediately charmed by this person, and like a lot of that weirdness kind of washes away from her face. She's just like, okay, who's this sweet little old lady that's interrupting my court right now? Like, what is happening? And she just says, if you can give us a little bit of your time, my friends here, and she gestures to you guys, we have quite a plight. We found ourselves in quite the pickle, as it were, and we would be very grateful for some aid from our brethren just across the way here. She says, of course, and she like gestures for all of you to basically come into what is effectively her office. And like as you're going in, she looks back at you and gives you like a sly old lady wink.
I very gently clap her on the shoulder. Very gently.
You like feel her knees buckle a little bit. But she withstands the blow.
Roll an attack.
It's automatically a critical hit. She has 1 HP. She dies. But yeah, you just killed this old lady. No, but yeah, you go into this office of Eugenia, and she sits down the other side of like this big marble desk that's just like littered with like papers and stuff. And she says, "Okay, what can I do for you? What's going on? You guys need help? What's the situation?"
Yeah, I mean, I'll kind of outline everything for her.
Cool. So you just outline.
I outline everything. I outline the plan. I outline that, you know, that we're kind of working on behalf of Etheria on this, and you know, assisting in the God's plan, you know, would be a great, you know, honor for you, I'm sure. And if you don't, then all these people are gonna die, including poor little Thassa here.
You see any motion of hesitation in her face go away at the mention of Thassa's untimely death at the hands of a wrathful sea goddess, and she kind of looks to you guys and says, "Okay, well, far be it from me to deny aid to other Malaysian citizens if we are able. I mean, we here know better than anyone else what it's like to be in a situation where things feel hopeless. Um, I and she like starts flicking through some notes and stuff. She goes, okay. I can spare some builders. I can spare some architects. We'll have to delay the construction of the Gogi by a few weeks, but that's okay.
I'll lay down my sack of 100 gold. This isn't enough, but it's what I have.
As you do that, she like puts a hand over yours and like moves it back, and she says, "No, that is not necessary. It is our duty to assist those who are in need of help. We would not be here having this conversation were it not for the other followers of Afara and our brethren having our back when we were in need. So far be it from me to deny you the same." And she just give me a moment, and she like writes up like a letter, rolls it up into like a scroll, and like puts a seal on it, and she hands it to you, and she says, "Give this to the master architect in the Western District, and he will spare all he can."
There's one other thing I'd like to ask of you.
She says, "Yes, of course."
If you could get the word out to other nearby cities that this island needs help.
Yeah. She says, "I will dispatch messengers at once, certainly."
I will get down on one knee and bow to her.
Cool. She will nod to that and your sign of respect that you're giving her and everything, and she says, "Save that for the gods, because they're the only ones who can help you now." After a moment, she just kind of says, "Well, that will be all. I have much to attend to. I sincerely hope this is helpful to you. Please do not hesitate to let me know if there's anything else I can do." And she goes back out into the waiting room and looks around, and there's just like 40 people sitting in here, and she goes, "All right, you in there. Let's go." Just like, so you're like picking people at random. Yeah, and you guys presumably exit the embassy. Thassa looks to you and says, "If you don't need me for anything else today, I think I'm gonna go have a nap."
By all means.
Of course.
If that's
Thank you.
okay. She says, "Okay." And she just like hobbles back to the ship.
I'll turn to Thassa and it's like, you may have to be worried. She is delightful.
I give you puppy dog eyes.
See puppy eyes. Yeah, so I presume, unless there's anything else you guys want to do here, you're gonna go talk to the guy who she told you to go talk to.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Which, I mean, we don't have to get super into it here. Basically, you go, you give the master architect a scroll, and he's just like, what's all this about? And he like opens it up, and it's like, oh, okay. He says, "1 second," and he basically like just leaves the room, goes and is checking out some type of like schedule, basically, and he just comes back to you and says, "Okay, I will have the missive sent out tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will have as many as I can join you."
Thank you.
Of course. Yeah, and you guys go back to the ship, I guess.
How long did it take us to get here, just to keep track of time?
This took you about 3 days to get here. Or sorry, on a big ship like this, it would take you about 2 days.
Okay.
Maybe closer to a day and a half. Like, it will be 2 days by the end of this day.
On the way to the ship, I would say to Aslyn, I would say, what do we do about the shard?
About what? I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
The shard of the Bident that belonged to Thassa.
I think we should return it to her.
I hand it over to you.
Get this fucking thing away from me.
Let's hold on to it for a little while longer. but I'll take it and I'll stow it.
Okay.
Sure. Absolutely. So you have this shard. The day fades away, night comes, you sleep on the ship, you wake up, and by the time like you wake up at dawn to the sound of the captain like ringing the bell on the ship. And as this happens, like on the dock, you see about 20 like manual laborers, all just like strapped with packs and like building tools and equipment and that kind of thing. And there's like a couple donkeys as well with them that are just like laden with tools and stone cutters tools and that kind of thing. And there would also be a couple people among them who maybe don't look as like big and strong as a lot of the laborers do, but that are clearly like architects and are like going down checklists and like checking all the equipment and stuff that they have with them. The captain, Spirio gives the order. Everyone kind of loads up onto the ship. And he just looks to you guys and says, well, we have a mostly full ship. If we'd like to make another stop before we head back on this time, we can try. I don't know how many more we can take. Might be more worthwhile to take these back and then go somewhere else with a different load.
I agree with that.
We have dispatched messengers. I think we take this load back and we get to work.
That's very well. Miss Valentine trusts you. I am merely at your disposal. And he barks the order to drop the sails and push off and start rowing out until you actually get on the open ocean. And something that's interesting here too is that like typically with a trireme like this, you don't need to be rowing the entire time you're on the ocean. Like the rowing is more for if there is no wind, or like, you know, if you are in a situation where you need to be very maneuverable and like you're doing a lot of changes, like in a battle of some kind, or if you're like in the harbor and you need to be very precise in your movements. But like they have the full sails drop and like full crew like rowing like non-stop. Like they are trying to get there as fast as possible. And it's definitely obvious, like the conviction that all these people have for the place that they live, in trying to take this one shot at possibly saving it. So we can do, basically, we're gonna just do what is effectively downtime for the next little bit. You get these manual laborers and a few extra architects back, and you have now about 5.5 weeks. Or sorry, about 6 weeks. So you had 6.5. So yeah, you have about 6 weeks of like preparation time, basically.
While we're out on the boat on the open sea, I would like to do an augury. Just like if I made the decision not to save this person, would that turn out poorly for me?
If you made the decision to not save, which person?
The one we were sent here to save.
Oh.
Ession?
Thassan.
San.
Yes.
Read my own notes.
That's okay. Yeah, if, so basically if you don't save him, would that be bad?
Yeah. Knowing what we know now.
Right.
Like, do you still want me to do this?
So basically you're asking if she wants you to still save him.
Yeah.
You just sort of do not get a response. Which,
Alright.
interpret that as you will. It's very likely that she just at this point doesn't care.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and switch off of our town music here while we're sailing on the open seas. But yeah, so back at the ranch, so to speak, what did you guys want to do with your 6 weeks?
Help build the wall is I would just be muscle and as best a lover to Aslyn as I could.
Very cool. Got to keep those priorities in check. You know, you got to find that work-life balance.
Is it
Cool.
possible for me to use shape water to like mold the clay being used?
Absolutely. I would say that that's something you could do to assist in
Yeah.
all this preparation and stuff that's going on. So something that happens here is all these people are just like, there's a fervent work ethic here, right? Like, these people, especially from the people who live here, are like working their asses off like all hours of the night, like sleeping for like 5 hours at a time. Like, there's a sense of urgency, and the people who are coming to help might not have that same level of urgency, but they're still like, they came for a reason, right? Something as the weeks go on, like ships arrive after like the first week and a half. Like, ships start coming in with like more workers on them and more architects, and like at about the 3 week in mark, where there's only about another 3 weeks left, like spirits are high. Like, it starts to feel like this is like, maybe we actually can survive this. Like, enough people have come to like help and back this like small backwater town. The population in 3 weeks is effectively quintupled based on like how many people are coming to help and stuff. And there's just like tents set up like kind of all around the outskirts of town where these people are staying. And like, you have people like Tassia like working all hours of the night, like cooking as much bread as she can to like try to feed these people.
I could also help hunt.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's like, it's a small island, but there's definitely game and stuff here, and like you can assist in that for sure. And it's getting very close to the point where things are supposed to go down. And as you get closer to the day, the weather starts to get worse and worse, and it just starts downpouring, almost as if it's like a premonition of what is to come. Which definitely darkens spirits a little bit. However, 2 days before your deadline, something happens, which is another ship arrives. However, this one is not a merchant vessel or a transport ship like you've seen in the past. This is a straight up Acroan quintrareme with soldiers on it, like proper hoplites that makes port, and a good like 30 some soldiers get off the boat, and immediately like they start aiding in this as well. And like, to a lot of the people here, this is like working adjacent to like a legend, because there's and held in such high regard. And like, despite how shitty things are, there still is that feeling that like we might actually get out of this. During this time, you receive many visions from Afara as well, basically just like spurning you on, and your dreams are a mess between Afara's influence trying to reach out to you and Thassa reaching out to you in kind, and like oftentimes you see them literally fighting each other in your dreams, as if they're vying for like which one of them has access to you as a channel and an oracle. But this finally brings us to the day of. It is stormy. It is dark. And I imagine you guys are probably up by in like this common area, where Lady I was gonna call her I was gonna call her Lady Tassia. She's just Tassia. She's a little old lady. She's a little old lady Tassia. just like kind of eating in there. And that 14-year-old boy who you met on the docks before just like bursts in through the doors and just looks at you and says, "You need to come now." And a bunch of the people in here get up and come down to look and see like what is going on. And this place is kind of like a hill, right? And it goes down, and there's like the harbor front. And from up there, you can see the boats kind of drifting on like the stormy waters and whatnot. And you can see the water moving about a good few 100 feet out from where the docks are. And from the top, just above the water, you can see fins and stuff of like all manner of different sea creatures, like rapidly coming towards the shoreline. And Valentine just yells and he says, "All right, this is it." And he just like goes and raises the alarm and like starts getting everybody. Just there's no proper bell tower here, but just like yelling to everybody, and like people start going and picking up spears and shields and like getting ready for whatever it is that's about to come. What would you guys like to do?
Get in position.
Okay.
I will prepare an action to use my trident on the largest beastie I see.
All right. So in that case, we are going to go to a battle map. And we're going to roll initiative.
Do you think that we could take one more short break first?
This is probably the last chance we'll get. So yes, this is a perfect time. Let's take a 5-minute break. And when we come back, everything's going to be great and no one is going to have a bad time. I'm lying to you right now. All right.
Wow.
Yeah, let's take 5 and we'll be right back. Hang tight. Welcome back. As you can see, things have escalated. So, let's give me 1 second here. There we go. Okay. So, you find yourselves on the shore of the settlement. And sorry. I need to hide that so you can't see my rolls. Sneaky, sneaky. All right, so you find yourselves on the shore of the settlement, which you have sworn to defend. You look around and you see a combination of Acroan soldiers and familiar faces from around the village, as well as others who have come from other places to help stand and fight. And it is, some people look kind of scared. The Acroans specifically look quite ready. There are battle cries out to Eros, the god of victory. And just as everyone lowers their shields and braces their spears for what is to come, out from the water comes a slew of sea creatures. There are swarms of crabs. One specifically, a massive crab the size of a horse that has some type of Triton warrior on it, mixed with a gaggle of Sahuagin with them, which are these foul, like almost bestial humanoid sea creatures. With that, we begin. First up is actually the militia, which is just most of our dudes here. They are going to... These guys are going to move 30 feet over here and get ready to fight these guys over here. These guys are going to move 10 feet up and just prepare actions to attack anything that gets close to them. Next up is our swarms of crabs. These guys can get here. Here. These guys can get here. These guys can get here. And we've got 4 crab attacks. Oh my god. Okay. 4, 6. So these militiamen are holding their ground. They're just being swarmed by crabs that are just like crawling all over them and like clawing at them, doing everything they can to just cause as much damage as possible. These guys get spear attacks. One of them crits, which is great for him. Okay. It is Valentine's turn. He is going to come up and help these guys fight these crabs. With 2 spear attacks. And he hits 5 damage on this guy. And now there's the Sahuagin boys. We're basically just going to spend their entire first turn moving.
Did we roll for Otho?
No, we did not. He's not on the map. That is my fault. Give me 2 seconds. Boom. He's on your shoulder. Boom. Also rolled an 18. So, just to do that, as the militia act, Otho gets to act. What do you want him to do? Keep in mind on land, he only has a 10-foot move speed.
He has a 10-foot move speed?
On land.
Would he be able to get to here?
Yeah.
Okay. He is going to help against this man.
The Sahuagin.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, face them. It's your turn.
Alright. I fucking hate Sahuagin. I lost my first character ever to Sahuagin. I have murdered so many Sahuagin. in my time as a D&D player since then.
Excellent.
And I will murder these ones.
Don't let that change today.
No. I think it would. Oh, you know what? These guys are actually like in a perfect little gust of wind cone, aren't they? Line. I will do that.
So this is a 60-foot line, 10 feet wide, right? Awesome. So that's going to basically just affect this entire pier over here.
Basically.
Okay.
You like bridge here?
Yeah. So they make that save at the start of their turn, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't really have anything to do as a bonus action. Ooh, I can fly 10 feet up. Can I get onto this roof?
Absolutely.
Nice.
Cool. So you cast Gust of Wind, and part of that air just pushes you up and launches you on top of this building, overlooking this scene of carnage below you. Natassa, it is your turn.
Alright. I am going to throw my spear at this guy.
That's a Wagon, yep. Make
With
an attack with advantage. Because you have a special boy helping you. That's definitely a hit.
I would like to also cast Green Flame Blade.
You're too far away to do that, but if you want to move up in front of him and do it, you can.
Okay. And then I will recall my spear
Okay.
and move forward.
Cool. And were you going to cast Green Flame Blade?
Yep.
Cool. Because, yeah, it's a 5-foot range, so then these crabs take 2 damage. 2 fire damage. Well, so yeah, you literally just hawk your spear, and it just goes into him, and then you recall it in your hand. And as the magic of that triggers, like, fire just fucking sets on, so a few of those crabs get boiled in the shell. Okay. Shore Stalkers. You can go right here. He's going to make an attack roll. Boom, boom. Both are misses against Valentine. This guy is he's just gonna run up, get melee. He can't really do much else. This guy is currently controlling this mount. They need to make strength saves, or else they're gonna get blown back. And the crab needs to make one.
What happens if the mount makes a save and not the rider?
I think he's gonna get blown off it. Unfortunately, they both make the save. Or fortunately, I don't know how you feel about that. Which means they get pushed back 15 feet. And then he is going to just charge forward, but he has to use his whole movement to get back just where he was. And then he's going to dash. Actually, what's the crab's speed? Okay, it's just 30 feet. And he's going to dash. Can you do anything from the top floor? Can. He is going to shoot a poison spine at you, Natassa. And miss.
Okay.
Crab is out of range. It's Otho's turn.
He's gonna help against that one again, the middle
Sure.
dude.
Just the Hagen. Okay, perfect. It's the Militia's turn. So let's go ahead and roll some spear attacks. It's going to be 1 against crabs, crabs, crabs. Let's see how that goes. It's a miss, it's a hit, it's a miss. This crab, that's a cocked dice, but roll 20 counts it. That crab's going to take 2 damage. Over on the other side of the shoreline up here, we've got... I'm going to move here. We've got attack, 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 attack. It's a miss, it's a hit, a crit, and a hit. Okay. So you're going to take 4. You are going to take 10. You are going to also take 10. Okay, that's them. It is now the crab's turn. The swarms of crabs. Everyone's favorite. Who doesn't love a good old swarm of crabs, you know?
crab is yummy.
Well, fortunately, or unfortunately, they think the same of these dudes. 3 hits. Boom. 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 That's gonna be damage there. 6 damage there. We have our first casualty of the battle. Is this militia lad?
Oh no!
Swarmed by crabs. And they just basically tear him to shreds. And he is deceased. The militia captain, being Valentine, rather, who is surrounded, is gonna just start making some spear attacks here. He's gonna attack this Sophagon. That is a hit and a miss. He gets through to that Sophagon for 8 piercing damage. Speaking of the Sophagon, it's their turn. Bite claw. Miss. Oh, these guys. They need to spend their turn dashing. Okay, Aslyn, it's your turn.
What I would like to do, 5, 10, 15, I would like to slide down this roof and jump over here.
Okay, yeah.
My horizontal jump is 13.
That's
I can clear that square. Can I get like on the edge of that square or no? Is that not how that works? Usually don't
If
jump.
you want to make an acrobatics check to like tumble over this crab, like let's say DC 12, I will 100% allow you to land in that square.
Okay. I like those odds. I don't know why. I have no dex. But I do have my oracle ability, which I will use.
Yeah.
Add a d10 to that roll.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely. Do it up.
Fuck! Can I help in some way?
Not from where you are. So you won't be able to clear that space, but like if you jump down and you land basically like here, like in front of the crab.
Fine. I am going to cast Thunder Wave.
Okay. Where are you dropping that?
Itself.
Oh, it just exudes out. So it's everything within how many feet? 10 feet?
Oh no, I'm gonna hit my octopus buddy.
That is 100% going to hit Octopus Man.
I feel like I'm too far in.
He just needs to make a save, right? And
He's
he'll be
going to
fine.
die no matter what.
Oh.
Even if he succeeds, he's going to
be
take
half damage.
he's going to take 6 damage.
Sorry.
Rip.
I
Okay.
didn't- Everything. Let me do the spell card. You can read it.
Yeah, please
I
do.
don't entirely remember myself. 15-foot cube.
It's
Okay.
a 15-foot cube, and it's also
It's gonna hit everybody.
I don't think it's is it 15 feet away from you, or I think you put it in a 15-foot cube area. Each
It's
creature
spelled
in a
like-
15-foot cube originating from you.
So you can make it go south or, yeah, left, and it won't hit.
Yeah, because it's not
so?
centered on you. Like one of the corners would be at you, basically.
Mm. Okay.
So
Let's
do
that
you?
then.
Okay, so do you just want to target the crab and this guy, or
Yeah, because I don't think I can get that guy right without
No.
getting the octopus. Yeah, that's fine. Then we'll just do these guys.
You'd
They
be
have
able to
to
get this guy.
no?
Because it's a cube, I think it'll get.
It's a square.
Oh, so it's gonna include your square. It doesn't like come off of you.
No, it
Yeah,
does. But if she got that guy, she'd also have to either hit you and the octopus or herself.
Okay.
But yeah, okay. Crab needs to make a con save. Other guy needs to make a con save.
And then I'm going to tempestuous magic.
All right, they both fail. So
Nice.
how much damage is that?
It already rolled it. It's 12,
Oh, yeah.
and they are pushed 10 feet away from me. I think they might hit the water. If they go that way. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, you can kind of determine as long as it is away from you. So it's how many? 15 feet?
Yeah. I think it's like directly away from me.
Yeah, so you can push them like off the dock into the water, basically.
Nice. And then I will tempestuous magic to move. Can I get back on the roof? 10 feet,
Absolutely.
right?
Yep. You can be right there. Perfect.
And
So you just cast this thunder wave, and just a sonic boom emanates from you, and it pushes this crab and this guy like shattering chitin and the armor of this scaly Triton warrior.
Nice. And I have 5 more feet of movement, so I will move back right there.
Cool. Okay.
Be my turn.
Natassa, it is your turn.
All right. I'm gonna tumble around to this side.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to. Yeah. Okay.
What's up?
I'm very excited about my turn.
I can't wait to see it.
All right. I'm gonna hit the dude that Otho's helping me with my spear.
Okay. Roll with advantage.
Oh fuck.
That wasn't with advantage. But
You
that's
are
okay.
right.
Nice. 19 hits.
Okay. And I'm gonna cast green flame blade.
Yep. So that's 2 damage to the crabs automatically. And roll your damage for him.
And then I'm gonna action surge.
Okay.
And I'm gonna thunderclap.
Yeah. So they both need to make saves. It's con saves, right?
I don't know how to put the spell card in chat. Give me 1 second.
I'm pretty sure it's con saves. Just check and tell me if I'm wrong.
Yep.
Hilarious. So the crabs actually make their save. However, the Cephalogin is not. He's seized. So you basically just go up behind this dude, like skirt around him, and like he goes to defend himself, and like one of Otho's tentacles comes up and like pulls his shield down or whatever. You just fucking stab him in the chest, and then stomp your foot, and there's just like a wave of energy that sends some of these crabs like flying, and this Cephalogin is just super dead. That was a good turn. That was a turn worth being excited about. Are you gonna do anything else?
Nope.
Or can you do anything else?
I can't. Well, I could move if I wanted to, but I don't want to.
You can move if you want to. All right. This Triton Shore Stalker is going to attack our lad Valentine and miss once, but hit once, and gets through for 6 piercing and 10 poison damage. Still doing okay though. Alright, that's also that guy and this guy too, sorry. I skipped someone. So up in the top right corner over here, we've got a couple attacks going in our militiamen, both of which hit. Oof. Oof. Oh man. Okay, yeah, so these 2 guys are just dead. As this Triton warrior here just kind of like leads through and cuts them down. And then this guy in the giant crab gets to go. Is that gust of wind still active in that area? You're muted, Aaron.
Oh, I'm not. I believe because it's centered on me, it follows me where I go, right?
Right. Interesting. Okay. Cool.
So, yeah. So
Great.
it would be affecting only these guys right now.
Yeah. So they need to make their strength saves or get pushed back again. I'm assuming you're like angling it down at them.
Yeah.
There's no reason you can't. They both fail again. Get pushed 15 feet this way. They're underwater. So they're going to move and go this way. Like they're under the dock here. And they kind of make their way over here in the water.
That's cheating.
That's what Otho was gonna do. Otho was gonna move to here.
Mm-hmm.
And then hop off, and then next turn he'll be able to move 30 feet in the water.
Yep. The Otho just kind of like along the dock and just plops into the water. It's these guys' turn. All right, can you guys kill this crab? That is the question of the year. You hit it. You both hit. So that's good for you. That is not quite a kill. This guy up here, there's two guys up here that are just getting wrecked right now.
That's such a bummer. I don't know what to do.
They're gonna keep fighting.
Saya, did you not roll this person into initiative for a particular reason, or I just want to make sure you didn't forget about them?
Which person?
This one down here.
Oh yeah, no, they're just chilling.
They're just okay, cool.
That person that you've noticed down there is a Naiad, which is like how dryads are of the forest, they are of the ocean. Yeah, that creature seems to just kind of be surveying what's happening. Those guys both missed. Okay. It's the crab's turn. The swarm of crabs. They miss. How many crab swarms do I have? Oh, there's still two up here. Oh my god. Well, that one misses. This poor motherfucker, dude. That was a crit from the crabs.
God damn it.
This dude is taken down. Okay. Militia Captain, which is our boy Valentine. Oh, he got a crit. So Hog can actually have an AC of 12, so he hits him and crits him. And he takes this dude down. Speaking of which, it's the Sahwagan's turn. These two guys up here are just gonna straight up make some attacks. Fight. Claw. Okay, yeah. And that is our last militiaman up on the right flank and taken down. Aslyn, it is your turn.
Who's this?
Oh, blue
They're
lady?
getting fucked up.
No, right here.
That's one of the, like, Triton leaders here.
Okay.
I am going to use my trident, a fish command,
Okay.
and I'm gonna cast it on the mount,
On the giant crab?
on giant crab.
Cool.
Here's
So
the
he-
spell.
Yeah, what kind of save does he have to make? It's
It
wisdom, right?
is
Yeah, wisdom. Must succeed on a
Wisdom is
wisdom saving
DC
throw.
15. And that will end my concentration on
On
Gust
Gust
as
of
well.
Wind?
Yeah.
He fails so hard. Okay, so you can...
I'm just gonna tell him to leave.
Just gonna tell him to fuck off?
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't want him to go defend up here?
Does he get to make a roll if I command him to do anything harmful to his allies?
I believe so, let me see. None of their efforts at object. Control completes the order and doesn't receive further action. No, not with Dominate Beast.
Nice.
With Command they do, but not with Dominate.
Yeah.
So you can
I will
absolutely,
tell
as
him
long
to
as...
go attack his allies up there.
On the right-hand flank there.
Yeah, he just has to go make a journey.
That's okay. Okay. So yeah, on his turn, he's gonna go and start fucking those dudes up.
Excellent.
Are you doing anything else?
That's my turn.
Okay. Natassa, it is your turn.
I like the little heart that you put next to him.
Me
Yeah, 'cause
too.
He loves you.
I am gonna throw my spear at this man.
Okay, make an attack
No,
roll.
no, this man. Sorry.
Okay, make an attack roll. Are you gonna get Otho to help you?
No.
Wait, he can't because he isn't active yet.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. 14.
11.
Where are you? Oh, it's 11. 11 is a miss.
Okay.
You take 10 points.
Yeah, that's it.
You're not gonna call your spear back?
Yes, I am gonna call my spear back. Thank you.
No problem. Yeah, so you chuck your spear and it goes wide into the water, and then you just recall it back to your hand using your Eldritch Knight powers. This Triton is trying to gain control of his mount, which he cannot do. This one is going to attack everyone's favorite lad, Valentine. One hit, one miss. Deals him 13 points of damage. This guy is gonna come down here. And that's that. Giant crab is going to start beelining it towards those guys. Which takes this guy with them. Natassa, you do get an attack of opportunity as he runs by you.
I want to hit this one,
You
not
can
the
take
crab.
it against the guy if you want.
Yeah.
Because you kind of, well, I mean, you speak primordial, so you understand what he's saying. The crab just starts going that way. And he's like, "What the hell are you doing, you stupid beast?" And then you're just like, "Gah!" You stab him. Yeah, roll damage
I'd also like to cast Booming Blade.
on the guy on the crab.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Sorry, no, you can't do that as an attack of opportunity.
Oh, okay. All right.
But yeah, you hit him for 11. You just fucking stab this dude in the side. Just like, ugh, as this crab, this renegade, runs by. Actually, it can dash, so it's gonna get here. And this guy's just blocking the path. Okay, it's Otho's turn.
All right. Otho is gonna go here, then here. I don't know why it did that. I can't undo that. Well, it really moved 30 feet, I think, instead of 25.
Yeah, where do you want to be?
Right there.
Okay.
I want to be right here. But
That's
I
still
can't.
within range.
It is? Okay.
Yeah, 'cause you
Yeah,
can
I'm gonna
go
go
there
here
and
and
then on
help
land.
against this guy.
Yeah. Okay. Militiamen. These guys are having an epic battle with this swarm of crabs. And that's one miss, one hit.
Will you take this down for me?
5.
Thank you.
Okay. Swarm of crabs. This swarm of crabs, much diminished, is going to attack the militiamen. And miss. These guys are going to go 20, and then dash. Another 20. These guys. As the crabs start to roll in. Okay. That's our crab man. Valentine. What can you do for us?
If he's
gonna
attacking this
attack-
guy, he gets advantage.
Advantage? Yep, he's absolutely going to do that. Which is going to hit. And that is also going to hit. Boom. Which means that this man is going to take 14 points of damage. The Swagan. I got you. Okay. These guys can't really attack anybody. They can certainly move a little bit this way. Aslyn, it's your turn.
All right. Cool. I will cast Chromatic Orb
Okay.
on this one.
Yeah.
Does it hit?
I'm sorry, I was just rolling something. Yes, that most certainly does hit.
Okay.
Just go ahead and roll
Whoa.
the damage.
Do thunder
11,
damage.
and you're doing thunder damage? Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. And you're targeting this guy right here?
No, this one over here.
That one over here.
I'll move like right.
Land the chromatic orb. Okay. Anything else you would like to do? Okay, perfect. Natassa, it is your turn.
I'm gonna throw my spear at this guy.
Make an attack roll. That's a hit. Roll that demoge.
I'm gonna summon it back.
Yeah, and that is a kill on this guy.
Hell yeah!
You just biff your spear and hit him right in the side. He just tumbles off of this giant crab, and you call your spear back.
And then I move to there, and that's the end of my turn.
Okay. Shore Stalkers. This guy is going to. The giant crab's going to take an attack opportunity against him as he runs by, not really understanding what's happening. Which is going to hit for 5 bludgeoning damage. Actually, funnily enough, he's grappled by the crab. So he's like in this square. And he can't really do anything except for attack the crab. Which he's going to definitely do. Let's see if he can hit a giant crab. He most certainly hits it once. Is it enough? It is. He takes the crab down.
Oh no! He was our friend!
The giant friend crab has been slain by this Triton man. Okay. So yeah, he just tries to run by it, just latches out and grabs him. He's like, stupid beast, and just like stabs it right in the hole where its eye comes out, where the chitin is, and the crab just falls to the ground.
I mean, we were gonna have to do it, but...
No, we could have kept him.
I love him. He would be a friend for Otho.
This fucking crab has had like more of a tragic death than any PC that's been in a game that I've DM'd before. Alright, I'm just kidding. The Triton Shore Stalker over here is going to make an attack against our boy. And by an attack, I mean 2 attacks. And they both miss. It's Otho's turn.
He's gonna help.
Otho's helping.
He's gonna move to here, though.
Okay.
Actually, to here.
Okay, he scuttles under the combat and makes his way up there. These 2 militiamen, will they be able to finish off this swarm of crabs? No. No, they will not.
Jesus fucking Christ.
The swarm of crabs, however, claws back.
I thought they were dead.
No, they have, I would guess, I'm not telling you that, but they have some HP left.
It's just hard to tell with their design and the red X's.
Right. These guys come down here. Attack. These guys are dashing. Oh my god. These crabs have been hitting like crazy numbers. It's actually wild. Okay. Damage to him. It's the militia captain's turn. Okay, so your Otho's helping against that Triton guy?
Yep.
Boom. First attack's with advantage.
Fuck.
2 misses. Okay. The Sahagan are going to go. This one's gonna go 5, 10. He comes up here and like climbs up. He can't get any closer to you, but he's gonna climb up there. He throws a spear at you, Aslyn. That is a miss. This Hagen is going to dash and follow suit. And now we get to the Naiad. And it is going to move over here. And it just starts like swaying its arms back and forth and stuff. Like it's clearly casting some kind of spell. What it is doing, however, unclear at this moment. Although both of you can roll a perception check for me if you would like.
What a funny dance.
In the heat of combat, it's very hard to see what's going on. However, Aslyn, from where you are in your vantage point, you can see over here in the water, there is something happening. Like, there's like a bunch of air bubbles and stuff coming up to the surface. Speaking of which, it is your turn.
Alright, well, that's probably not good. So I'm going to attack her. I'll do a chromatic orb as a second level spell, and I'm going to max out the damage.
Hell yeah!
Okay. Where is she? What type of damage are you doing?
Good question. Can I roll an insight check to see if I know anything about Naiads?
Yeah, you can roll
Arcana or
insight or arcana or nature. Actually, is going to probably be the thing you really want here.
nature?
Yeah.
All plus 0 for me, so.
Nice. You're not really sure.
Alright, well then I'm just gonna go with thunder.
Okay. Well, it doesn't seem
There you
ineffective. How much damage is that altogether?
That's times 8 is 32.
32.
Oh, I didn't notice these guys jumped up on the roof. Hi.
Yeah, dude, those two. The other one.
Yeah, tempestuous magic
yeah.
away.
Let me see. Is there anything she can do about that? Probably not. No. That's just a straight up attack roll, isn't it? Yeah.
Mhm.
Cool. Well, she dies.
Oh, she's dead?
Nice.
Straight up dead. She's straight up dead.
Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. She scared me a lot.
Yeah, you get the impression that whatever spell she cast on her turn was cast, but she is no longer alive, and she can cast magic, and that is always terrifying in big battles. So, just a little kudos to you for doing that, because you're gonna make everyone's life a lot easier. Is there anything else you want to do?
Yeah, I moved tempestuous magic 10 feet away, and I think I'm gonna hop down. 15, 20, 30. Just get away from those guys.
That's a wise choice.
Mhm.
Natassa, it's your turn. You just saw like Aslyn shoot over a chromatic orb and just blow up this creature that seemed to be made of water. Not really sure what was going on there, but
She'll look at you and go, "Yeah!" Like the crazy taxi guy. And then I will spear this man.
okay. Give me that spear attack.
Fuck!
That is a miss, unfortunately.
All right. I feel like Otho and Valentine will take care of that man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to. Oh, fuck's
The
sake.
team up of the century, old guard captain and literal octopus versus fishman.
Go here.
Okay.
And that's the end of my turn.
Okay. Shorestalker. How many of these guys are left? This guy is going to come in front of you and make a couple attacks here. And then up close, and you see this is a Triton, but this is like a sickly, like weird looking Triton. Like you've seen Tritons before, and they do not look like this. This is like a deep sea Triton. He's got all these like poisonous spines growing out of his like shoulders and stuff. It's
I'm
just, like,
dating a
natural
Triton.
armor. Yeah, so you know what Tritons look like, obviously. Probably more than most. Anyways, he's going to attack you with like an urchin spine hilted short sword. However, you managed to avoid both hits.
Hell
This
yeah.
other one is going to bye-bye. Hit once on Valentine for that's a fucking brutal hit. This is a hit with this sword that just like brings him to a knee. He's not dead, but brings him to a knee, and he like grits his teeth. It's Otho's turn.
He's gonna help.
Hell yeah. Alright, I believe in you guys. The Battle of the Crabs. Okay, that's one miss. Oh my god, he hit him. Is this it? Is it happening? He did exact damage. And
Hell yeah.
The battle between the swarm of ravenous crabs and these two soldiers is over. However, two more swarms of crabs are directly behind them. Also, on initiative count 20, a thing happens. A good thing. From... Whoops. From over in this direction on the western side, come. If he wants to put it on the map, pretty cool. Don't feel any pressure though, roll 20, like it's all good. I don't want you to feel like you have to do this, because clearly you don't. Okay. I'm really trying here, guys. Can I do it? Hold on. It's gonna look a little bit janky for anyone who's watching this on the Facebook live stream, but I need to use the other computer to do this. I apologize. There we go. Just work. Just work. Just work. Okay, nice. Hell yeah. From the other side come these well-armored Acroing soldiers.
I'm so scared.
When you said a good thing, I 100% did not believe you. I was like, oh, it's a good thing for me.
No, it's a good thing for you guys. These Acroing hoplites come down just like covered in blood and like coming from over there with like a trail of a couple of these dead creatures behind them. And oh, perfect. That makes my life hella easy. These three warriors come down, kind of separating from what's going on over there because they're like, all right, clearly you guys need a little bit of help. Just kind of looking at the dead militia that are strewn about the beach. Not so much you guys, but just you guys as a whole. But yeah, these three guys come down. And start coming over here. This one's going to go for the crabs. And let's make some attacks here and see how this goes. Boom, boom, boom. That's a miss. That's a miss. But that's a hit against the crabs. That takes these crabs out. It's Otho's turn.
Otho's gonna help.
Okay. It's the militia's turn. These guys with like a renewed spirit, seeing reinforcements come, are both going to team up and try to take down this other swarm of crabs. Oh my god. Are they going to do it? Oh my god. Hell yeah, dude. They killed a swarm of crabs.
Hell yeah.
I'm going to start deleting the corpses here
That's a good idea.
because the battlefield is getting kind of full.
Cluttered, yeah.
Yeah.
They don't get a corpse file?
If I had a space in the map to do it, I would. Aslyn, as you're standing at the edge here, you would be the first to see this.
Mm-hmm.
You see the water moving.
Mhm.
And you see... You would know what these creatures are. Roll 20, I'm asking you nicely. You see a couple groups of eel hounds, which are these like weird quadrupedal eel creatures, all come like slithering up in the water, and charging forward. Where are my eel hounds at? What's their movement speed? Okay. you can go. He can't quite get to you yet. These heal hounds are coming. Okay. Oh man, then this happens. Great. This is a good thing. But actually for me this time. That spell that was being cast completes.
Shit.
From the side over here, you see literally like this two-legged mass of reef. That's this reef elemental. Just kind of comes up out of the water, and all the seawater cascades on it, or off of it rather, onto the ground. And like it starts to just plod forward. As it does so, all these like weird, almost alien like tubers that are like kind of coming out of it, as you would see in like a coral reef, make this like weird like sound as it like just comes up out of the water, and is going to make a couple attacks here.
What is that?
It is a risen reef.
Huh.
Okay. And it just slams one of these Acron hoplites into the ground. Hoplite's still up, or alive rather, but taking a beating. Okay. Captain. My captain. Please. Attack, attack. First one's at advantage.
Did I get skipped?
No. You're coming up in like 2 turns.
Okay.
It just seems like a lot
I
because
think it's just because we've added more to the initiative tracker.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
That's a hit. 1 hit. Alright, Aslyn, it's your turn.
I think I'm going to move over here. Tempestuous magic to get on the roof. And then I will Thunderwave. Really try to knock these people off.
Yeah, dude. Saves here. 1 pass, 1 failure.
Okay.
So this one is gonna get knocked back 15 feet and take the full 16. The other one
Take
takes...
fall damage as well.
Oh yeah. 8.
Josiah,
Yep.
real fast, I just want to let you know that this soundtrack is banger after banger.
Yeah, dude.
I'm loving it.
I take great pride in my music selection. I'm glad you're having them. I'm glad you're enjoying it. But yeah, so you smash. Do you want to go ahead and roll a d6 for me for fall damage? Actually, it's 2d6 because he falls like 15 feet, so we'll round up. There's a chance this might kill him. Not quite.
I somehow doubt it.
You push this dude off the roof. He just like flies through like this bush and stuff. And it's just like, like he just pulls himself kind of up to a knee. He's looking fucked up. The other guy, even though he made his save, still doesn't look awesome after that. So anything else you'd like to do? You're muted, Aaron.
No, I'm not.
Like that doesn't sound real.
Pretty much all I think I can do.
Natassa, it is your turn.
I'm gonna spear this man.
Do it. Prove it to me. Okay.
Oh yeah!
You have proven that you are going to spear that man. Go ahead and roll damage. Yeah, and how do you take this dude down?
Spear through the face. Like, just right through his face, out the back of his head. Bits of brains leaking off.
Hell yeah, dude. You just fucking and blow this dude's face up. You get like an approving look from this Acro and Hoplite over here. Like he was getting ready to charge at that guy. Just is like, right? Just like goes to turn around. What else would you like to do, if anything?
Run over to here.
Okay. Get ready to fight this thing. The hoplites.
I'm very scared, but
This one is going to come down here and is going to attack our lad. That's a hit. 5 piercing. Doesn't quite take him down. It's Otho's turn.
Otho's gonna go here, and he's gonna help against this thing.
Yeah. Oh, right, the eel hounds. This is exciting.
No, it isn't.
It's fun, guys. It's cool. Eel hounds are cool. These eel hounds just kind of like slither through the water. And both jump up when you see these like 4-legged eel-like creatures that have dog-like tendencies in the way that they act and move, but are still quite fast and slippery, much like the eels that they is. And blah blah. Okay. So yeah, they jump all over this guy, and like the way these eel hounds attack, it's like coordinated. Like they know what they're doing. They're hunting this man, and they both get in for a bit of damage. Also, they both, you see out of their mouth, are like leaking this like grease-like fluid that's just like starting to cover the area around where they're standing. These 2 eel hounds, good boys.
No.
Yeah.
Bad boys.
Are gonna hop up and attack this man. That's a hit. That's a miss. 8. He has exactly 8 HP. And is now deceased. Yeah, and these 2 eel hounds like come up, and this guy who is not an acro and hoplite is just like not ready for what's about to happen, as one of them just crashes against his shield and starts like snapping at him. The other one just comes up from below and just eviscerates this guy. That's the eel hounds. What's this thing all about? 2 attacks, 2 hits. Boom. Boom. Oh my god, that is 1 dead hoplite. This thing just comes up, and I again that ominous sound, like sound from these 2, just like boom, boom, and just like there's no like finesse to it. Just pummels this dude until he is no longer living. The captain is like, "What the fuck is happening? Let's go ahead and spear and hit." Hit once. Which is a kill on this Triton.
Fucking finally.
Takes that guy down. And is going to move to assist this guy. Aslyn, it's your turn.
So, question.
Mm-hmm.
Would I know if this is a beast creature?
Given your background and everything, it's an elemental.
It's an elemental, okay.
It's an elemental creature.
Yeah, I can't affect that. But I can get myself an eel puppy,
The eel puppies are beasts.
maybe. So I will use my trident to dominate.
Okay.
AC 15.
It's a wisdom save. Yeah. That one fails. You have yourself an eel puppy.
Excellent. Eel puppy attack. That one.
Sicko. Borf? Are you gonna do anything else after dominating that eel puppy?
I don't think so. Does anybody look super hurt over here?
The captain is on death's door. Other than that, no.
Alright, so I'll cast Healing Word on him.
Hell yeah.
Sure.
When you activate a magical item, That doesn't
Mhm.
count as casting a spell, right? For
That's
this
absolutely correct, yeah.
okay.
Because it's like stored within the magic item.
It's
So
been cast. You're just letting it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
there
thought
are
so, but
there are some items that specifically say you cast this spell, but like that, the Trident of Fish command specifically is like you do this as the spell, Dominate Beast or whatever. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, you're good. Anyways, yeah, you do that. You heal him for 5. He looks up to you and gives you like a like just a knowing look.
The
Like
computer
"Thank you."
kid.
Yeah, exactly. He's just like, thank you, as he's just all these dogs like like climb up at him. He's like, ah!
he might die anyway. But
He might die anyway. But that's neither here nor there. Natassa, it is
I'll take
on
that.
you.
I am going to spear this boy
Yeah,
with advantage
roll.
because Otho is helping.
that is also very true. That is a hit, I think. No, it's not a hit.
God damn it.
You just hit rock, and it doesn't seem to do much.
Okay. I'm gonna move to here.
Mm-hmm.
No, here. That's the end of my turn.
Okay. It's the hoplites. Fucking make me proud. Do it. Ba-ba-ba. What a confusing array of attacks. Okay, yep. That's 2 hits. And another one. That's 14 damage. Okay. And the other hoplite is going to make his 3 attacks. That's 2 hits. For 13 damage to that eel puppy. And the other one's dead. Okay, cool. It's Otho's turn.
Otho's gonna help.
Great. It's the eel puppies. Alright, so first things first, let's deal with the one that you dominated. So you want him to go attack the Sahuagin over here?
Yeah.
He's gonna do so. He does. Okay, cool. He runs over and okay. He runs over and just tears the what's left of this dude to shreds. Like he was already prone, so he had advantage. So he just jumps on top of him, and you just see him like savage him, and then he just looks up at you and like wags his eel tail, while holding a bunch of Sahuagin like viscera in his mouth. The other eel puppies get to go now.
Does he still have movement?
Yeah, but that's not really how that works. You give them a command and then they do it.
Fair.
The command was go kill that guy, and
Okay.
he's like, 4? And then he ran over and killed that guy. Well, it's a miss against the militia. Let's see. Against the captain, it's a hit. Against the other guy, it's a hit. So that's going to be -4 piercing. El Capitan. -10 on Awful Supreme. Okay. Risen Reef. Let's go slam. Okay. Natassa, you have a hit coming your way.
I would like to cast shield.
Okay. You cast shield, and it just pushes right through it.
Fuck.
Even with... What does shield make your armor class? Just on positive?
23.
Yeah, okay. It still breaks through that. You took 11 bludgeoning damage.
Ow.
And it misses the hoplite. Militia Captain, aka Valentine, is going to spear. And what is the eel puppy AC? It's higher than 11. That's unfortunate. Alright, Aslyn, it's your turn.
Okay. I don't think the Hagen went.
Do you not? Did I skip him? Oh, I deleted him from the initiative order somehow. Because yeah, you're right. They went right. They usually go right before you do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's gonna go now. Thank you for pointing that out. I don't know how that happened.
I think when you deleted the token, They were on the same initiative order, so I got rid of that one.
Must have. In any case, this one's gonna come up and attack you. Bite. Claws. That is that is a miss on the bite. There's a critical hit on the claws.
I will use Wrath of the Storm, so 2d lightning damage.
Okay. Well, you're not gonna feel too bad about this. You're gonna take 4 damage.
Nice. He has to make a dexterity throw.
We'll do so. He fails.
Excellent. He takes 5.
Okay. He ended up taking more damage than he dealt. Great. That feels good for him. So yeah, he just comes up and claws you and is like, haha, you're just like, all right. Actually, no you. And now it is your turn, actually.
Alrighty, I will tell Eel Puppy to go help with that. Attack the reef creature.
The big thing? Okay, sure, yeah.
I feel like having him attack the other puppies is just...
It's wrong.
It is wrong. I don't like it.
You don't support dog fighting.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's alright, Michael Vick, relax.
I'll kill them myself.
No, don't fight.
It's my seal pup paw. I'll do it.
And...
Oh my god.
You know what I want to do? I want to do something fun.
I can't.
I want to tempestuous magic over the side. Well, like, I'm up in the air.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm going... here. And then I will cast Lightning Lure to try to pull this guy off the room with me.
That's so cheeky, and I love it. Yeah.
I love this spell. I love Lightning Lure.
Is that a save or an attack roll?
It's a strength save.
It's a save, right? Okay, yeah. Boom. And well trained, just like stancing up, like step forward, stab, 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 step back, shields up, like yeah. And now it's Otho's turn. What is
He's gonna help.
Otho's helping. The eel puppies are unleashed.
He's
You let the
squirting
eel pups
ink at
out.
it.
For all that's doing, he's helping. You want this to go attack the big thing. It can't attack this turn, but it dashes over there. It's the reef's turn. It's gonna be one attack coming at you, one attack coming at the person beside you. That's a miss against both of you, I think.
Hell yeah.
What is your armor class?
18.
Yeah, misses you, and then misses the other guy. You guys both have AC 18. Crazy.
Sparta. Sparta.
So yeah, this is Sparta's got something to say about that. Speaking of acroans, but yeah, like literally, you and this fucking other acroan are just like holding the line against this thing, basically. All right, Valentine, what's going on with you, my dude? He has advantage on these attacks because the eel puppy is prone. That's a hit and a crit. No stranger to warfare himself, dealing enough damage to kill this eel hound. He just basically finishes the job that the hoplite started last turn. Aslyn, it's your turn.
Right. I think you missed the Sahagin again.
I sure did, because they're not in the order. Thank you for reminding me.
You should just roll him and edit him to be right there. No way.
Yeah, probably. I'll do that while you guys are doing stuff.
I'll
He's
cast Ray of Frost on him. Or he might move, so hold on.
hold on. He was up there. He can get down. He can get there with his movement. He's gonna try to attack you with a bite and a claw. That's one hit, one miss.
I am once again going to give it back to him.
Zap him for his trouble.
Yeah.
Well, you take 2 piercing damage as he just chomps you, and he chomps you on your hand, which is unfortunate for him because that's where you electrocute people from. And then he
I imagine it comes from that shield buckler that I described in the character. Kind of like it's like a bash back.
Like he just kind of like chomps on you, like put up your buckler to prevent taking damage, and just like bitch slap him back, basically. Natassa.
I'm gonna spear with advantage.
I think it's my turn.
It is
It
your
is.
turn.
Right.
It is your turn. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
What would you like to do?
I'm gonna shock and grasp him.
Hell yeah, that's a hit. I don't think you can not kill him, but let's find out. Yeah.
I kill him?
Thank you for killing the last of the Sahuagin, by the way, because now I don't have to roll the
Yeah,
multiplication.
for sure.
That's why I was like, oh, wait on that. Yeah, so you just shock and grasp him, and he just gets electrocuted and falls to the ground.
Nice.
Are you gonna move or anything, Aaron?
I can.
Yeah.
30. I'm just gonna go over here and tell my eel puppy he's such a good boy.
He's doing great.
That's my turn.
Great. Now...
I'm gonna spear this guy with advantage.
Oh, yeah, that's right, because we have to spend this 50, so it's... That's a hit. Alright. You spear up at this mofo. Anything else you'd like to do?
There's nothing else I really can do.
Okay. And this is where the final creature of our encounter today rolls in. There's a moment of like calm as you just feel the direction of the wind like change all of a sudden, and you feel the ground like rumbling beneath you as this massive monster of chitin and just kind of comprising all different crustaceanal features erupts out of the water. onto the front of this dock. Just
God
some
damn
splinters
it.
flying everywhere.
Sparta,
But that's its
come
turn.
here, honey.
Hoplite. It's going to blah, blah, blah. Great. Other hoplite is going to shield bash, and is then going to shield bash again, and is then going to spear with advantage if this puppy gets knocked prone.
He gets 3 actions.
The hoplites get 3 spear attacks. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Okay. So he does 15 to this guy. That's basically all they do. They just are like spear machines. They just get 3 bops and that's their deal. It's Otho's turn.
He's helping.
It's the eel's turn. Your eel puppy that you have dominated is going to attack, and he has advantage because the
Otho is helping.
Well, yeah, exactly. So let's go ahead and eel puppy attack.
Your new pack now.
Or?
I imagine it's pack tactics, right?
It is pack tactics, yeah. And that's a hit. And he deals 8 damage. And just basically bites off one of these tubers, like these long things that are like coralus. It grows and just like shakes his head, which just like makes that weird like humming sound as he just flops it all through the air. It's the Risen Reef's turn. What are you going to do? Well. Oh, something interesting is the eel hunt's been here for 2 rounds now. It's greased up the area here. So this thing actually has to make a dex save or it falls prone.
Nice.
It does not succeed, it falls prone.
Nice.
Which is at the end of its turn, because it ends its turn in the grease. So it still gets to make its 2 attacks. The one that's coming at you is a miss. It hits the hoplite, however.
Can I shield him?
Shield's only a self spell, unfortunately.
Okay. Even if I'm right next to him?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Okay.
But that hoplite, that's the first damage that hoplite's taken this whole combat, so they're looking okay. That's its turn. What can Valentine do? I did not mean to attack 3 times, only twice. Those are both hits, though. Dealing 13 damage. Okay, Aslyn, it's your turn.
Alrighty, I'm going to go. I'll do this one more time. I think I had it, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm going to go 10, 15, 5, and then I'm going to Tempestuous Magic to get up here. And I'm still within range for Chromatic Orb. On that one.
On the big one? Yeah, that's a hit.
It's 90 feet.
I think that's a hit. Yeah, that's a hit.
Lightning damage.
Okay. Yeah, you shoot that orb down and hit it, and I mean, you get the impression that that is the first blow in what will likely be required many, but it definitely does full damage to it.
Okay. And it's my turn.
Okay. Natassa, it is your turn.
I'm gonna attack the coral man with my spear with advantage because he is prone.
That is true. That's a hit. 10 piercing damage. Not bad at all. Boom. That was the Kraken's monster. I mean, I don't know what this thing is. What? Okay. How fast can you move? 30 feet in the water. Alright, this thing ends its turn here. It does not get to attack. It just jets through the water and comes up on the shore over here where all these juicy people are. It's the Hoplite's turn. Unperturbed by what's happening to the left of him, he's gonna just make his attacks, which all have advantage now, which is crazy. Yeah, those are all hits. Actually, I'm sorry, the second one is not a hit. Great. Otho, he's helping.
Yeah, he's gonna help against the big kraken now, though.
Okay. Eel puppies. Your dominated eel puppy gets to make an attack. And hit. Doing 8 more piercing damage to this thing. It's its turn. Slam, slam. That's a miss. That is going to be a hit against you.
I would like to cast shield.
You cast shield and it prevents that from hitting you.
Hell yeah. Heck yeah, daddy.
Oh yes, the signature catchphrase. Again, you raise up your hand, wall of force comes up. What's that? Valentine just sees this crack. I think it's like, fucking give me a break, dude. That's 2 hits. And with that, finishes off this eel puppy. And it's Aslyn's turn.
Okay. I will cast Chromatic Orb again.
Okay. That's a hit. 16 damage, yeah. Okay.
Was that on the kraken?
Yeah.
You got advantage if you want to see if you
That's true.
crit it.
Oh, okay.
Do a little crit fishing. Little crit fishing here on this big old
I
kraken.
never get crits in combat. I only get crits on like silly
Weird
knowledge
shit,
checks and
yeah.
things I don't need.
It's great. It's like, oh, how good does my soup taste? I don't know. Roll a cooking utensil check. Nat 20. But never in combat. So it's like, and it's like, what are you supposed to do with that as a DM? It's like, yeah, it tastes really good. I don't know, dude. Like, Natassa, it's your turn.
Okay, I'm going to cast Green Flame Blade and spear against this dude.
So you're gonna spear the kraken and cause the 2 damage to hit the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a hit.
Also, only the first one counts. They were the same thing.
They were the same thing. That's fine. Piercing damage. So yeah, you just wheel around and stab at this thing. And you do so, and some of that fire damage leaps off of your weapon and hits the this reef spawn thing. All right, kraken spawn. What can you do? You can do a thing. It is going to attack you with a tentacle and roll double nat ones.
Yeah, bud!
It's gonna attack you with another tentacle though. And that one hits.
Damn.
No shields to declare.
No, I used both my spell slots.
Gotcha. So it's 8 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And it grabs you with one of these tentacles that's coming out of its face. And it's also going to then try and constrict you.
Do I get like a dex save or anything?
This is an attack roll against your armor class still.
Okay.
That's another 11 damage.
Oh my god. Okay.
And you are so grappled by this thing. This hoplite is going to try to finish off this weakened creature that is prone here. Let's see, first attack, will that be enough? Yes, that's exactly lethal. This thing is dead. And then he comes over here and hits Big Papa here for 9 damage. Man, max damage on both those rolls. Good for him. What's Otho gonna do?
He's helping.
He's helping. Okay. Eel puppies. Eel puppies unite. It feels so good every time I can delete one of these stat blocks from my management screen. I'm like, yes, more screen real estate. This eel puppy is gonna come over here and attack. It has advantage because you guys are its pack now. And it rolls a critical hit. Not a huge crit, but that's still 8 damage. I'm gonna roll something here. Yeah. Okay. This other eel puppy just dips back into the ocean and just fucks off. He wants no part of what's happening over here.
Bye.
He says zoinks and just does the bongo runs in the air for a second before slithering off into the ocean.
Let's get out of here, Scoob.
Oh, gee, Scoop. All right, attack. It's basically just you guys versus this fucking thing right now. Boom. That's 8. Aslyn, it's your turn.
I think this turn, I'm just going to cast Ray of Frost.
Okay.
I have 1 second level spell slot left, and that's it.
Copy that.
17 hit?
Oh, yeah.
You get advantage because Otho's helping.
That's true. Do
Sorry,
that crit check. That's okay.
can't do it. Close though.
Oops. All right.
That's 6 cold damage. Does the cold seem to affect it normally?
The cold seems to do straight up nothing to it.
Nothing? Okay. Well.
You just do it, it just doesn't even register that it was just hit by something.
Alright, good to know.
Okay. Thassa,
I'm gonna spirit.
make an attack roll.
And then I'm gonna dip.
You're gonna move back?
Mm-hmm.
You're grappled right now.
Oh, fuck! That's right. I'm gonna try to get away from that. Not spirit.
Did you want to try
Sorry.
to break the grapple?
Yeah.
Okay. That's gonna be an athletics check.
Cool. I should have just hit it.
Probably, but that's okay. It's the Kraken Spawn's turn. He's gonna do a thing. He's gonna constrict you. For 16 bludgeoning damage.
I am unconscious.
Okay. And he's going to attack. Wait, no you're not, because you have that heroic destiny thing.
You are right.
You got 1 hit point.
You are correct.
And then he's going to attack this other hoplite with a tentacle and hit. And also grappling this guy. And then he's going to attack the eel puppy with a tentacle. And miss. Hoplites.
You can't take eel puppy from me. I dropped a line.
You're the one who humanized him. Stop putting cute animals in my game. He's a monster. He's scary. This hoplite. Actually, you know what? Roll an athletics check again with advantage.
Me?
Yeah. This guy's trying to pull you out. Yay!
Nice.
That is a success, because he's going to move back here. And then we're going to roll an athletics check with advantage for the other one, because he's using his attacks to basically try to pull them out. I think 13 is the number you need to hit. No, it's not. One more time.
That'll do it.
That'll do it.
Does that like snap the tentacles?
So basically what happens is like we're just gonna allow this to like position you guys. This guy comes over and just like pulls out the short sword that all of these warriors have. It's just like slashing at the tentacles and like manages to loosen up the one around you enough that you can get free, and then pulls the other guy out. And the three of you are basically just standing there like stanced up, sword or spears drawn, shields up. Like you don't have a shield, but like they kind of position their shields too, so you guys are all just kind of forming like a wall basically between yourselves and this town and Aslyn up there. Both those helping.
Is
I
this
presume.
guy dead?
No.
Okay.
I accidentally deleted them from the initiative order, so he's just been acting on the captain's turn.
Okay.
Eel Puppy is going to make an attack with advantage. This fucking dog has crit twice in a row now. Who knew the Trident of Fish command was the most deadly weapon in this game?
A really good weapon for being uncommon.
And then he's gonna like skirt around over here. Alright. This is like a real stance up situation. He's basically just gonna step here and attack twice with a spear. God damn, dude. What is happening right now? So many critical hits.
I'm into it.
That's 18 damage straight up to this Kraken. And then last but not least, our final militia man over here comes over. And, wow. Fucking thank you, someone can miss. Aslyn, it's your turn.
Okay. Look at the range of this really quick. 15 feet. Okay. I am going to hop down. And then I am going to cast Healing Word
On whom?
on Natassa.
Thank you.
On Bay.
On Bay.
I will Tempestuous Magic up in the air 10 feet,
Mm-hmm.
and I will cast Lightning Lure.
Okay.
Try this again on the bigger monster and see if that works.
What type of save is it?
Strength.
Okay.
Made a bad. I don't know.
It is possible. It is possible. I'm just gonna tell you right now, it gets a +7 to strength.
It could roll in that one.
It could roll in that one.
Yeah.
Didn't roll in that one, but it did roll a 5, so it fails.
Yes.
And you drag this thing.
I pull. So I Tempestuous Magic up 10 feet in the air. So I pull.
So you're dragging it like
up.
at an angle, basically.
Yes,
like
I'm
pulling
pulling it up in the sky so it falls down.
Absolutely. So you can roll a d6 for that 10 feet of fall damage as well.
So that's the D8 for the lightning damage.
Yep, so
That's the
just
D6
five
for the
lightning.
fall damage.
Oh yeah!
Awesome.
And I believe as long as he takes 1 point of fall damage, he falls prone as well.
That's absolutely correct. Yeah. I don't know. Is he immune to being prone? No, he's not. Yeah. So you literally just like with this wall of people in front of you, like two of these Acro and Hoplites, Natassa, this one like lowly militia man, and this captain of the guard here. You just pull this thing up and slam it down, causing it to take a lightning damage, fall damage, and also just like throwing it on its side. Also, this doesn't come up yet. I didn't know if it was going to because this is just like a big monster. These hoplites have an ability that's basically Polar Master, where if they're 10 feet away and something moves into their threatened range, they get to make an attack against that thing. So by dragging it that extra 5 feet forward into the wall of like hoplites, they all get to make an attack. And like, just because of what's happening and how you're stanced up, like Natassa, I will allow you to make an attack with them as well.
Is it with advantage since
these are all at advantage because it's prone, yeah.
Best cantrip ever.
Right. Oh my god. And look at that roll from the militia man. Okay. So yeah, your attack is a hit, so go ahead and roll damage.
I did. It's 12.
Okay. So we have a total of what here? 4, 5, 6.
30.
Is it? Oh my god. Wow. That is a kill on this thing.
Yes!
So literally,
Fuck you,
pull this
Thassa!
up and slam it into the ground. Oh, I forgot to make an attack for the eel puppy. He's part of the crew, but whatever, it doesn't matter. You pull this thing up in the ground and just slam it down with this resounding thud as lightning crackles in the sky behind you, and then like this wall of soldiers all just poof, like in one fluid motion stab into this thing. Some of your blades finding purchase, some not as much, but it doesn't matter because it kills and takes down this insane monster from the deepest parts of the ocean. And then suddenly everything is quiet.
I fall onto my back and I say, someone loot that thing.
Yeah,
I will give you a kiss on your forehead.
I will fall unconscious.
just like look around and you see the two like hoplites kind of like doing the shoulder pat thing with like this militia guard. Like, yeah, man, you did good. Like, good job. There's just, this is also like, I've been deleting the tokens. This is a scene of fucking carnage, dude. Like, there are just dead people, dead sea creatures, like, littering the fucking beach here. Like, it is not a pretty sight.
I bet it smells so bad.
I mean, it probably smelled awful just by virtue of these sea creatures coming up out of the ocean. Now that they're there and their guts are spilled, plus the other regular smell of death and decay, it's probably not fucking awesome.
And all the people that pooped themselves when they died.
Yeah, definitely can't forget about those. Pour one out for the death poopers.
The death poopers!
So, you've done it. You've successfully staved off the invasion of these sea creatures. And it's around this time that you remember what Thassa said she was going to do, which was that she was going to wipe this place out. And like looking out, like they've just been building this seawall around this place, and like the waves are like starting to crash over it, and it is like immediately apparent to you that it is not enough. And like you can sense Thassa's rage in this storm that is happening. And you look off on the horizon and you see just this tidal wave, like 200 feet tall, just coming towards this place. But then you feel a rumbling not coming from the ocean, almost like footsteps coming from behind you. And as you turn around to look, you see the statue of Ifara walking down from the town square, and she just like stances with her hands like this, like sturdy as the stone she's built from, and all of these walls that these people have spent weeks arduously building together to try to save this city just grow in size to match this wave, to the point where it's almost blotting out the sun because of how high they get. And this wave just crashes against these stone walls, now 10 times the height of which they were. There's a moment where it's almost unsure about whether or not it's going to hold, but it does. And with that, the storm secedes, and that wave rolls back out into the ocean. And you have successfully saved the people of Balanos.
Most of them, anyway.
Well, I mean, those guys died fighting. That was like, whatever. Don't worry about them. And you hear the voice of Afara in your mind specifically. As a statue looks at you, like communicating with you telepathically, this like avatar of her. And she just says to you, "Well done." And the statue returns to its place of resting atop the hill and just assumes the position it was in before, continuing to pour out water into this fountain.
That's fucking sick.
And the walls recede back to the size at which they were. All of them with Afara's face etched into them.
Now what?
And that is a great place to end effectively what was this one shot. But what do you guys want to do? We're in like wrap up mode now.
I feel
Oh, I
like we
know
would
what I
go
do.
home.
Love me, eel puppy.
Oh no, the eel puppy just is your friend now.
Oh, excellent.
You don't have to roll for that. After you guys killed like a kraken spawn together, he's chill. You just have an eel puppy companion.
Otho's helping.
Yeah.
Mm.
I imagine him and Otho have like a very similar relationship to like the squirrel and the horse from like the Emperor's New Groove. There's a whole side movie that happens with them. And it's very kid friendly. But yeah. You close up, and like the people here, all of the common folk survived, and any of the soldiers, like, they are honored, of course, in the way that people here honor their dead, which is all of the soldiers who lost their lives, Akroan, Maleshin, Satessan, and otherwise, are just simply buried in the side of the mountain of the place they died defending, all of which are buried with a single coin for the River God Theros to ensure their passage into the underworld. Valentine, at this point, says some words about how anyone who dies defending the innocent surely will find a place in Elysia, which is the good place to go when you die. And as much as there is the somber era of death, or aura of death rather, among this funeral, there's also a sense of peace. And for the first time in a long time, the seas in this area are calm and requited of any wrath towards the people who may have lived here or who do currently live here. And I'm sure there's several nights of celebration. Eventually all these ships go back from whence they came, carrying the people who came to help back to where they originally came from, which ultimately leaves the two of you on your skiff traveling back to Citrium.
As we get ready to go, I will finally throw the piece of trident into the water.
Yeah. You toss it into the ocean. No doubt in your mind that it will find the place that it is meant to be.
As she does that, I'll flip a platinum coin into the ocean too, and pray to Athreos and be like, help that man in the afterlife.
So a couple things happen here. For one, Aslyn, when you throw that trident piece into the water, you hear simultaneously the voice of Ephara and Thassa say, well done. What it means to be an oracle of two gods at the same time, you're not quite sure yet, but that's something that you'll have to figure out as you go, I guess.
Interesting.
As far as Athreos goes, your offering to him, you're not really sure. You know, you make that offering. Athreos is literally known as the silent god. You don't get any feedback right away. Maybe you have a gut feeling that he's noticed something that's happened here today, but you're not really sure. With that, you head back to your home. You make it there, the journey behind you. Is there anything else that you guys want to do before we close things out here?
You have to bang after a battle like that.
I mean, I feel like that's implicit for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like on the voyage back, probably.
And when we get home.
And like the eel puppy just keeps coming in, and you're like, ugh. And then you're just like, no, he doesn't know what he's seeing. You're just like, no, it's weird, he does.
Otho uses tentacles to cover the sea puppy's eyes, and then 2 more to cover his own.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's the thing that's funny. Like, although it's a familiar, like, is intelligent. Like, he is like knows exactly what's happening. It's like, oh my god, dude, I'm in the room. Like, I know I'm a Tapuss, but like, come on, like, I'm in the room. Like, you can't just pretend I'm not a piece of furniture, dude. But yeah, banging aside, then you go back, and life carries on. Word definitely eventually reaches back to Citrium, and then of course Meletis, of what you did there, and the people there assure you as you leave, you will always have a place among us, because you did something not many people will be willing to do, and something that you absolutely did not have to do. And with that, I will kind of show us a bit of something that your characters would not be aware of, but just for the sake of closure of this story, tying up our last loose end here. Our friend who had the piece of trident, Thassa, is an old man. And eventually, probably a year or so later, he does indeed pass, and is buried with a simple copper piece, which is all Athreos cares for. And as he stands on the bank of the rivers that ring the world, and Athreos comes for him, he just breaks down and says, I didn't know, I'm so sorry. And just kind of goes on and on about how he tried his best and he was sorry it wasn't enough. And Athreos just looks at him with this veil covering his face and simply just ushers him onto his boat. And Thassa seems confused by this. He says, but what of what you told me? I did not listen. And Athreos speaks to him and says, I told you nothing. And that is where we will end for today. Thank you all for tuning in and watching some more Prologue stuff. and hot fish sex.
Fish sex. Both those helping.
Otho is sad.
All right, Twitch viewers, stick around because we're gonna raid. But first, I want everybody to talk about themselves a little bit. Aaron, if you want to drop your Twitter in chat, feel free to do that.
Sure.
Or talk about a cause that's important to you or something.
A cause that's important to me.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what causes are important. Donate to people who need it, and spread awareness for things that need to be spread. And you can find me on Twitter
to Thassa.
at Rinson. And yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. Like I post pictures of my dogs on Twitter. That's kind of cool. You can check that out.
Super cool.
Sometimes I join Josiah and Doxy in these little
awesome
games. That's fun.
Yeah.
Have a great night.
I don't know, a game that you'll probably be seeing at some point in the future, which I'm not going to say anything about because it's still under the hood, but there's a game that's really dumb that I'm really excited about that's going to happen at some point. And you'll see Aaron again. Aaron will return in Avengers Endgame. Yeah.
Josiah, talk about your channel.
I have a YouTube channel. It's all about D&D, specifically monsters. If you like monsters, you like cool monsters, I do a show called Monster of the Week, where we literally just take old cool D&D monsters and convert them for use in 5th edition. There's a stat block and everything. So you can look at my face, talk to your face about why they're cool and what's cool about them, and then you go, huh, neat. And then you get the stat block, and then you take it, and your party will just be like, why did you do this to us? This is uncool.